Good evening, folks. Welcome once more to the closing argument. Christian Robert, how you doing today, boss man? Appears to be that as always, the first. James A. Coyote Jr. I'm watching from Dupont Road. That's good. Welcome, guys. Do us a favor, share the show. Invite other people here. Um, while we wait for the rest of the panelists to join us tonight. Um, we have few we'll be playing few video. There are a lot of things going on, as you are well aware. A lot of things happening in Liberia, and of course a lot of them need to be discussed, including the recent statement released by the former president, Madam Sirleaf, asking people to act accordingly. So we will be playing that video as we wait for the rest of the panelists to get here, and hopefully tonight's conversation will circle that part of it. Harris Kamara, Mr. Kamara, welcome to the show. Thank you for being here, folks. Again, I stated earlier, share the show, invite other people, tell us to come and be a part of the closing argument. Should be a great day here on the closing argument. We wish that all of you would do due diligence. Invite other people to come and be with us here tonight as we go through national issues. A lot to be discussed, a lot to talk about. A lot is happening in the country, so we cannot ignore that, and we have to do the people's jobs. So, guys, do us a favor, go ahead and share the show and invite other people. Let's get into it.
Fellow compatriot, as I greet you through this message this morning, join me in thanking God for the blessings of life. I thank God as I clock 86, the blessings of life, blessings of challenges and opportunities, blessings of excitements and sorrows. The latest sorrow being the sudden death of my two older professional sons in a short period of 2 years apart. But the message today is not about me. It is about you. It is about us. It is about the country. Liberia is at a crossroads. Liberia's story, historically, is one of cleavage, the failure to assimilate, of political chicanery, and there's still too much of it today. Yet, with resilience, we have overcome these setbacks. And the worst of hard times, we have prevailed. Moreover, we have survived two rigorous military rules, 2 decades of devastating wars, and a horrific disease, Ebola. But just think of the noteworthy parts of our history. The support we have provided for the liberation efforts of other African countries that has been fundamental to Africa's sovereignty. Women have played a crucial role. For example, Chief Swakoko, the strong woman chief who fought to bring the first major investment to Liberia, Firestone. We had the first African woman to head the United Nations General Assembly, Angie Brooks Randall, and I was elected democratically the first woman president on the African continent. As we embark on another regime of promised political change, the stakes are high. We must respond because the world is changing. Bilateral and multilateral relationships are repositioning. Demands for national self-reliance will be the requirement of our people. We are proud that Africa is seen as the continent of the future, and several African countries are responding to this call with reimagined structures and systems to achieve their potential goals. Several are moving rapidly to claim the future, but yet others, engulfed by recurring bad habits, are being left behind. Let's face it, Liberia is one of those countries that will be left behind, even when compared with our closest neighbor, which no longer follows our lead. It is time for reflection, my people. It is time for us to work. It is time to stop the steal. It's time for honesty and time for changing minds and attitudes. It is time for our legislature to make laws and not noise. It is time that our judiciary get on with settling cases and dispense justice without being compromised. It is time for the executive to speak, but speak with the power of exemplary behavior. Some will ask, why this message now? It's because time for us, time for Liberia is running out. Why am I doing this? Because I'm a leader and because I care for the good of the country. Silence makes us all culpable in wrongdoings. Wish me a happy 86th birthday.
Hey, yo,
Wow.
the Sirleaf community not playing that one.
That in
Fellow
itself, wow. What can one say
Yeah.
about that?
No,
Silent
no,
in a way, it means
Not even up to
what
1
you
week.
say about that.
One other get
compatriot,
Let's see what we get on here.
as I greet you through this message this morning, join me in thanking God for the blessings of life. I thank God as I clock 86, the blessings of life, blessings of challenges and opportunities, blessings of excitements and sorrows. The latest sorrow being the sudden
Silence is a consent or a form of contribution. Madam Sirleaf asking all of us to now contribute and not remain silent. A lot was said in this, I think it's about a 4 minute, all right, 4 minutes long birthday message that Madam Sirleaf, the former president, delivered, but a whole lot was packed in this. And hopefully, when the rest of the guys join us here, we will be able to just hopefully use some time to analyze this and hopefully inform the people on the true message that actually is gathered from this birthday speech that is delivered here today. And I will try to play it one more time. Just I mean, for the fact that unfortunately the rest of the guys are not here. So those of you that are joining us, there are quite a few other videos out there. Actually, what I'm gonna do here is, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna start to play a lot of these videos. Uh, Aaron Zahn, welcome to the show. Swen Debla, welcome, guys. As you come on, do us a favor, share the podcast, invite other people to be a part of the conversation. Let's get into this. Madam Sirleaf,
patriot. As I greet you through this message this morning, join me in thanking God for the blessings of life. I thank God as I clock 86, the blessings of life, blessings of challenges and opportunities, blessings of excitements and sorrows. The latest sorrow being the sudden death of my two older professional sons in a short period of 2 years apart. But the message today is not about me. It is about you. It is about us. It is about the country. Liberia is at a crossroads. Liberia's story, historically, is one of cleavage, the failure to assimilate, of political chicanery, and there's still too much of it today. Yet, with resilience, we have overcome these setbacks. And the worst of hard times, we have prevailed. Moreover, we have survived 2 rigorous military rules, 2 decades of devastating wars, and a horrific disease, Ebola. But just think of the noteworthy parts of our history. the support we have provided for the liberation efforts of other African countries that has been fundamental to Africa's sovereignty. Women have played a crucial role. For example, Chief Swakoko, the strong woman chief who fought to bring the first major investment to Liberia, Firestone. We had the first African woman to head the United Nations General Assembly, Angie Brooks Randall, and I was elected democratically the first woman president on the African continent. As we embark on another regime of promised political change, the stakes are high. We must respond because the world is changing. Bilateral and multilateral relationships are repositioning. Demands for national self-reliance will be the requirement of our people. We are proud that Africa is seen as the continent of the future, and several African countries are responding to this call with reimagined structures and systems to achieve their potential goals. Several are moving rapidly to claim the future, but yet others, engulfed by recurring bad habits, are being left behind. Let's face it, Liberia is one of those countries that will be left behind, even when compared with our closest neighbor, which no longer follows our lead. It is time for reflection, my people. It is time for us to work. It is time to stop the steal. It's time for honesty and time for changing minds and attitudes. It is time for our legislature to make laws and not noise. It is time that our judiciary get on with settling cases and dispense justice without being compromised. It is time for the executive to speak, but speak with the power of exemplary behavior. Some will ask, why this message now? It's because time for us, time for Liberia is running out. Why am I doing this? Because I'm a leader and because I care for the good of the country. Silence makes us all culpable in wrongdoings. Wish me a happy 86th birthday.
Well, Chairman, welcome to the show. I'm really hoping that we can start unpacking this 4 minutes book of information that was just delivered. The former president, Madam Sirleaf, just give it out. By the way, happy, I think, 86th birthday to her. She's celebrating her birthday today. But you listen to the you listen to the message. Welcome to the show. Great day to be on here. Let's hear from you.
Thank you, and it's good to be here. Excuse me. Um, First of all, happy birthday to Madam President. Let me also say happy belated birthday to my mother. Her birthday was yesterday.
Oh, nice.
They're all the end of October people. Happy birthday to Makamboyu also, who celebrates her birthday today, and I think Safua Gray also celebrates her birthday today. But yeah, listening to my president. By the way, I got a chance to speak with my president earlier this morning to send her a happy birthday message, and I did listen to the speech. I mean, to the video before we got a chance to talk, and I was interested in knowing where her mind was, where her head was. And I told her, I said, well, there are a lot of folks who listening to that speech may tend to blame you for some of where we are today. But interestingly, and which is where my this is how I feel also, just for full disclosure, I think we have to graduate from a place where we often tend to just blame leaders and blame leaders and blame leaders, and not understanding the fact and realizing the fact that leaders are a reflection of the people, right? We elect these leaders. No one, Ellen did not just walk into the executive mansion. She got elected president. I think she did a heck of a job thinking about where the country was, where she took the country from, and where she left the country. You can even argue that some of the foundational things that we are benefiting from today, not all of them, don't get me wrong. I don't think we're where we want to be in the hands. That's why she issued that statement. But you can clearly see that some of the things that we have today that we can boast of are things of, are a part of her legacy. But with that being said, and I agree with her in that statement, there's not a lot of time, Lofa. And I think we all have different ways to think about Liberia and what we want to see Liberia do. But I tell you, sometimes it's a little tiring. Sometimes you almost feel like you want to give up. Sometimes you feel like there's no reason why you're even talking about this thing. Right. Because nothing really is going to change. But I do agree with her that if you look at other nations that were in similar situation than to us, or even worse situation to us, the difference that they have made in leapfrogging ahead has to do with forward-thinking leadership, but also had to do with a society that was willing to accept the changes that they wanted to see happen, had to do with a society that was willing to be the change that they wanted to see, not necessarily only blaming the leaders, right? Not necessarily just pointing fingers, but also looking in the mirror and saying, hey, we are responsible for some of the things that we are going through as a society. I give you an example of Rwanda. The people of Rwanda had to make a conscious decision to say, we will never go back to killing each other the way we did in a genocide. So as a result of that, they made practical decisions. One, dealing with the issue of tribalism. You go to Rwanda today, there's no Hutus, there's no Tutsis. Not that they're not there, they are. Those are their tribes, right? But they've made a conscious effort to not identify themselves as Hutus and as Tutsis. They call themselves Rwandans because they know what was the result of that cleavage. She talked about cleavages in our country, Lofa. It is a fact. We still have those cleavages in Liberia today, from the country to the Congo, to the Madingos, to the Fula, to wherever you want to do, right? But if we go back and we take a stock of where the country has come from, can we honestly say that the reason in which we fought war, the reason in which we had a coup, the reason in which, all of these things that played into the history of our country, where is the country today? Where is the country today? You have to take stock. And I'll end on this for you to come in. Look at this great country called the United States, Lofa. Whether we like it or not, right? And this is one of the favorite things that I love that Barack Obama always say, right? That democracy is a work in progress. It's not perfect. Democracy is messy. It's messy. Sometimes you will get a Donald Trump who's a disruptor, whether you like him or not. You will get somebody who will come and who don't conform to the norms of what people expect him or her to conform to. And then you may get a Barack Obama who will come and inspire a generation and will become president and realize that, listen, all of the things that I thought I was going to accomplish is a little harder than I expected. But guess what? I'm not going to take my foot off the gas pedal. I'm going to continue to push forward and do the things that I believe that I want to do. Where have we as a nation stopped and have taken stock? And I think that's what Madam President was talking about today. I think there's a need for us to stop, look ourselves in the mirror, and take some ownership of where the shape of our state is currently docked today. Because whether we like it or not, This is an inheritance that this is a scar that we all must bear. Whether we were part of the war generation, whether we were part of the generation that didn't see the war, but for some reason have not been taught the lessons of the war. So you see them making some of the same stupid mistakes that the people in the past made, or whether we are just Liberians who want to just say, you know what, to hell with it, we just see that country for what it is, and we just take it one day at a time with a grain of salt. But I thought it was a very powerful message from her on her 86th birthday. And like I said, I wished her well this morning, and we pray that she has many more years to spend with us. Her wisdom, she's far from perfect. Everybody may have their opinion about her, but I think she continued to inspire a whole new generation of leaders, especially women leaders, to take on the mentor and the touch. You muted.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, Ben, there are a couple of things that actually that you alluded to, especially when she spoke of where we currently find ourselves, and it appears as though I think this was a well-calculated statement on her part, because she started to give the sequence of time where we find ourselves. She said, "It's time we stop the steal. It's time that the executive speak up. Okay, it's time that the lawmakers make laws. You know, and what I admire about this is I don't think in any way did she distance herself. All of this statement was inclusive. She continued to say, "It's time that we do these things. It's time that we do these things." It appeared to me as though, okay, I realized that yes, at some point in time, I contributed to all of what is happening today. But my expectation was, hey, the next generation of people or the next group would have taken things from where I stopped and then move things forward. She also referenced the fact that, look around us, something we talk about all the time, Ben. Look at our neighbors. They are moving faster than you can imagine. Yesterday, they looked up to us for direction. Today, they are not looking in our direction. They're moving forward. You understand? So where do we stand and how do we start to govern is why we are sitting here today. Mm-hmm. With everything that is happening, Ben, it appears as though we are just stuck, just in one low spot. We are stuck over there and we're not moving. We are just right there, static. That static motion, no sense of direction. And she's saying to herself, I don't want to leave behind. I left behind history. She gave us some historical references as to the reason why we cannot simply consider ourselves that, because again, it was Liberia that elected the first female president in Africa. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then I think it was Liberia. We also had the first female president at the United Nations. She mentioned the name of this individual as well.
Angie Brooks,
right. So all of these things, these are historical, marks that we have made. But then when we look at ourselves, there is no indication of such thing. It's only written. It's almost as though it's only symbolic. We don't actually seem to, appreciate all of those things that we have done. Again, we are a major part to the world, but again, we are just sitting here. So I think, from my view, it's just that it was well calculated. She knew exactly what she wanted to say in the end, and the message she wanted to get across. The message here is, you're wasting time. Time is not in your favor. And I think that message actually got across. It. Time. We are behind.
Lofa, one of the things that we do in our country, and I think it's rather sad also, right?
Right.
We tend to, I've always said, one of the things that we do in Liberia, we try to look for angels in the devil's world, right? And this is not just Liberia as a whole, right? Nobody's perfect. People make mistakes. People fall short. When they fall short, it's not the ability for someone to fall short, right? It's the ability for them to get up and realize where they fell short, right? I gave you the example of a former Alabama governor, George Wallace. Many people, I don't know, many people know the story of who George Wallace was the former 45th governor of the state of Alabama, a segregationist to the core, someone who presided over the state when all of these racial beatings were going on, some of these marches. I think the famous John Lewis march, right, where his skull got cracked. It was George Wallace who sent out the National Guard, who sent out the army or the police to go out there and brutalize those who were marching against segregation. And George Wallace was a segregationist to the core. And that's the reason I'm bringing this story up, is because George Wallace, before he died, there was an assassination attempt on his life because of the rhetoric that he kept pursuing, right? As a result of that assassination attempt, I think he got paralyzed. He was confounded to a wheelchair. And so he was also someone who was a strong advocate against gun laws. But guess what? It had to take a bullet to get him to come to the realization, and he became one of the champions that was talking about gun reform in the US. He also pivoted towards being an anti-segregationist. He also became someone who was an advocate. In the end, he tried to rewrite his story. He tried to rewrite his legacy. Why am I bringing this up? The reason I'm bringing this up is sometimes we're a society that tend not to even give people second chances, right? If someone has led a country, if someone has led an organization or led a society or have a little bit of experience, we tend to only dwell on the dark shades in their story rather than focus on if that person was able to pick themselves up and make the pivot and say, you know what? What I represented in the past was not the positive. Because we as human beings, Lofa, we are not perfect. They said the only person, the silly man is the one who doesn't evolve, who doesn't understand that he has made a mistake and say that I will move forward from that mistake. So I'm saying this to say there are a lot of people in our country today that we can tap into. There are a lot of people who we can look at. If we need to stop and take stock of where we are as a society, we cannot do this without knowing our history. We cannot do it. Lofa, how many Liberians today know where Barcus Matthew is buried? How many Liberians? If you were to ask 99.9% of Liberians today, they don't even know where Barcus Matthew grave is. But guess what? Barcus Matthew, at one point in our history, is considered the father of multi-party democracy. Any nation that doesn't understand its history is bound to commit the crimes of the past. And so when we sit and we think about how far Liberia has come and where we want to go, we have to find a way to take stock and to stop this attitude of being judgmental, of saying, oh, this person is this, the other person is that. I'm just saying, like she said, we don't have a lot of time. And unfortunately for us, there is a race. There's a relay race that's happening right now. We need to start picking up our baton here to even get to our third player. There are countries that are moving forward. And we sit, and these are the same countries that used to look up to us, Lofa.
Right.
Where are we today? But we are even doing worse than the countries that are supposed to be doing worse.
Well, and in her statement, though, she also made mention of the fact that she said, we will be left behind. She didn't say, she said we will be left behind because there is no indication of us even attempting to move forward. Okay, because as she look around, again, considering her status in society, you and I know that she is well informed, okay, of the global transformation. She's aware of it, and she see what's happening in other countries as compared to what's happening in our country.
Mhm.
So the issue of the issue of where we go from here and how people can move forward. The second, how easy is it for one to say, okay, we can just simply ignore her contribution to everything that happened. Okay, let's talk about the Civil War. Folks reference the Civil War. Okay, and then the fact that one would say her government was also just as corrupt, even more corrupt than anything else. And most of those who are acting today were part of her government. How easy is it for one to simply say, let us just ignore her contribution to where we find ourselves and then focus on how we can progress? Because like you rightfully said, Ben, you said we must take into consideration history. We cannot forget our history. But at the same time, how can we easily just say, okay, it happened, we made a mistake, now it's time for us to get up and move on?
So it's because someone like Ellen has been president of our country is the reason why we should listen to her.
Right?
It's because we
Fair
have
point.
said
Fair
that her government was corrupt. It's because someone like herself who said corruption was a vampire. It's the reason why we should listen to her. Because let me say this. Sometimes people, and is this happen in any shape, in any sphere.
Right.
Sometimes even in business. Sometimes even in your life. You know, there's a saying I say, sometimes when you see somebody, like somebody get married, right?
Right.
First marriage doesn't work out. And
Right.
they get divorced. The chances of that person who got divorced getting into another marriage and succeeding are higher
It's higher.
than the person who have never been married before getting his or her first divorce, or so there's a reason, because you have an opportunity to learn from the past. You have an opportunity to know, say, listen, this thing I did it before, it didn't work. Now let's try to see how we can do it differently. That is the reason why we have to leverage former leaders. That is the reason why you have other countries. You see, I said something the other day on the show. I said other countries have what they call Council of State. Where you have former leaders. It don't necessarily only have to be former presidents. You got to have former leaders, former traditional leaders, civil society leaders, all of them who have some experience in leading, in governing, in holding people accountable. How do we tap into all of these people? But the notion in Liberia that once you take a side and you make a decision and you say, you know what, this is the way I'm going to be, this is the way I see things, then you can't make a change. Because if you make a change, they'll call you inconsistent. They'll call you, say, oh, you don't believe in nothing. No, I believe, like she said, Liberia is at a very, very critical juncture.
Right.
And whether we like it or not, our society needs to take stock of where we've come from, where we are today, and how far we think we can go.
I've been seeing naked video, but they won't
But here's the thing, though. But and moving forward comes with a lot of responsibility. And this is where I think a lot of us, we appear to be hands off. Nobody wants to be held liable for anything, right? You would think that we all, like you made mention of it earlier. You said it's kind of tiring. After we have done this so many times, you just want people to come to the realization that, look, we are falling behind. But nobody wants to take that responsibility. So for that reason, could that be part of the reason why people are emphasizing on other people's fault and saying, hey, you did this before, that's why we are here, and trying to shift the blame as compared to saying, okay, since you did it wrong, I will now come in and play the role, hopefully, and seek your consultation so that I can learn from your mistake. Could that possibly get us beyond where we are?
Not necessarily so, because we are people that always like to look for heroes.
Okay.
We're a group of people that always like to find people to fight our battles. We always like to figure out who's the next hero. Who's the next person that we're going to be clapping for? That once that person get to where we say they should go to, then we bring them down. Or then we beat on them. Or and listen, I'm not talking about holding people accountable. That's not what I'm talking about here.
Right.
I am talking about a deliberate attempt. We have a tendency in our society, and maybe in other society, but I'm speaking about Liberia, right?
Right.
We have a tendency to be extremely judgmental.
Right.
We have a tendency to be extremely we're very quick to cast aspirations, not looking ourselves in the mirror. We're always looking for the next hero. Right now, there are people in Liberia who looking for that hero who will start talking and laughing at Joe Boyka.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, there are people sitting, waiting. Hey man, well, you remember the hot cost I used to blast?
Yes.
That's Liberia for you.
Yeah.
Rather than understanding that all power is inherent in the people, that you have a responsibility to hold your leaders accountable. You don't necessarily need a figurehead or a particular individual to step up and say, oh, I'm doing it because. No. Some of the most powerful movements that ever existed happened organically. It happened organically. If the civil rights movement in the United States was tied to an individual, the civil rights, the fight for social justice, for racial equality would have died when that bullet hit Martin Luther King. But it didn't die. It did not die. Because there were men and women who were willing to organize and to step in his footprints. Don't get me wrong. No one has been the new Martin Luther King, right? You can't, because there's only one of each person. There's one Lofa, right? But there were people who were able to step up to continue that good work. There were the John Lewises. There were all these people who rose up and said, you know what? This is not about a man. And until we get to a point in our country where it's not about individuals, that is not about this one person. You saw the passion in the last elections.
Right.
You saw the passion. There were people who voted for President Boyka just because they followed the wind. There were people who today, when you hear some of them complaining, when you ask, okay, why did you vote for the Unity Party? They don't have
wanted to get rid of George Weah.
Exactly. It was a uniting team, right? So my point to you is this: whether we like it or not, we have a responsibility as a society, as a nation, as a people, to step up again, to take stock of where we are as a nation, to sit down and look ourselves in the mirror and ask the fundamental question: is this where this country is supposed to be? Is this where Liberia is supposed to be at the age in this century? And that answer is a resounding no. But what are we willing to do? Are we willing to do the heavy lifting? Are we willing to see wrong and say, you know what? I'm not going to do it because if I do it, it doesn't further the cause of moving the country forward. Or are we willing to find excuses and say, you know what? We're going to do it right now because it benefits us. It's the same conversation we're having with the code of conduct and the ombudsman. There are people in the Unity Party government right now that have taken the ombudsman to court. When the CDC government was in power, they said we could not implement the code of conduct because we didn't have an ombudsman. So President Boyka has appointed an ombudsman, right? But because they don't want to relinquish their positions, so they've gone to court. Because at the end of the day, it's about serving self rather than serving the entire good of the country.
Well, but Ben, you mentioned something about this ombudsman issue that was actually, and it was discussed, I think, sometime last week on the OKFM show.
Mhm.
And what's his name? Amos Toy, I
Well,
believe.
yes.
Right. He called in and was trying to justify why they don't see the need to have to resign from their positions. Okay, which made no sense to me. And then I talked about it with a couple of colleagues, and I was like, okay, these are the same people who yesterday cried about seditions occupying positions
Mhm.
and still serving in government. But here we are today. These guys are justifying their justification. They shouldn't have to resign their positions because when they are at work, they are not attending to party events.
Mhm.
They are not being a part of any political event until the weekend. Now, does that in any way, shape, or form states that when the weekend comes around, that means they're no longer serving in those capacity as government employees?
That is not, and it's hilarious because that is not even what the code says. First of all, you must understand something. There are people who argue that the code of conduct infringes on their civil rights or their civil liberty,
Right.
or right that is guaranteed them in the Constitution. But listen, there is a silver line. Serving in government is not a right. It's a privilege.
Right. It's a privilege.
It's a privilege. So when you decide that you want to serve in government, there are some of your rights that you will give away.
True.
Because you voluntarily went in there knowing that this job is a privilege. There are certain things you want to do, but because you are in that job, you cannot do. Is that a violation of your right? No.
No.
Nobody's forcing you to serve the Liberian government. You willingly accepted an appointment. It's the same thing. It's like the right to work, right? The right to work. But the very Constitution gave the president the prerogative and power to fire you at his will.
At his will, yeah.
Just think about that. The president of Liberia has the power to render you jobless. Is he violating your right as a citizen of Liberia for the right to work? No, because the job in which you occupy has conditions. It's a privilege. It's not a right. The president can just pick up the phone tomorrow. Lofa, you are a Liberian citizen. If you go work in the private sector in Liberia, say you get hired by ArcelorMittal, right, as one of their directors, and President Joe Biden doesn't like you, he can't just pick up the phone and call ArcelorMittal and say fire Lofa.
Of course not.
He can't, because that is not within his ambit. It doesn't. The Constitution doesn't give him that right to do that, but it gives him the right to fire you when he appoints you. So what I'm going with this is it is a very crazy thing that they keep saying that, oh yeah, because we can only do it on weekend. No, when you take upon yourself to serve in the Liberian government, you are signing a code of conduct. It's just like how when you get hired in any job, you sign what they call it. I don't forget the name, man. The thing they can call it. It's just a code of conduct.
It's the code of conduct. I mean, the service agreement.
You sign your service agreement.
Service agreement.
They will tell you at the end, both parties have a right to walk away or to end this relationship.
Yep.
Your job can decide tomorrow you're not performing and we're going to end the relationship. That is what you sign onto. So because the reason you sign that paper is that so when they fire you, you can't go run and take them to court and say, oh, they abused my right to work. No, you sign it because your right to work with that company or that entity is not a right. It's a privilege that they are giving you. So when you agree to serve in the Liberian government, the service agreement that governs your tenure or your stay and how you act and how you behave is the code of conduct. And if the code of conduct says you cannot hold political party position, you have to relinquish that political party position. You can decide which one you want. You can say, you know what? It is my right as a Liberian citizen to identify with a political party, which is your right. It is my right as a Liberian citizen to get a job in a political party or be a chairman or secretary general. Yes, you can decide that that's what you want to be. But you know what? You can't be both. You can't say, oh, I'm being managing director of LPRC and secretary general of the Unity Party. It doesn't work that way because the code of conduct says no.
So, and again, with their court case, what would be their point of contention besides the fact that they are not working on the weekends so they can have their,
there is no code of Lofa, don't even let people hear your hair. There's no code of, and first of all, there's a precedent with the Supreme Court on that issue. So they're wasting their time. It's just a matter of time. And the sad thing here though is the president of Liberia.
That's why I was going. I was just going to say that. What would you like the president to do?
The president of Liberia is the custodian of that code. The Constitution makes him the custodian of that code. When he took the oath to protect and defend the Constitution of Liberia, the code of conduct is prescribed in the Constitution. Read the Constitution of Liberia. It's there. It says that a code of conduct will govern how people to do in the government. So the onus is on the president. If you look for our president of Liberia today, you will fire everybody who have violated the code of conduct. Why? Because you say you took a constitutional oath.
And this is where then I'm going to go back to our initial conversation where we started off, when Madame Sirleaf said in her message, it's time to speak up. Okay, because we have been with our silence against provide some level of consent, something in that light. Okay,
make us all culpable.
There you go.
If we're
that
silent,
is the exact
we are culpable to what has happened. Yes.
All right. So in other words, you're agreeing to everything that's happening. You're buying into it. Now, if President Boycott returns, okay. Well, I think the ombudsman, well, he's still in Liberia. They were given how many days? 5 days.
Yeah, 5 days. Yes.
Okay. Now, when those 5 days elapse, what would be expected of President Boycott going forward? Would they just make recommendation to him? And if recommendations are made, will he act upon it, or he would simply just say, let the chips fall in place? Would that be the continued process?
No. You see, the president is not, nobody's making recommendations to the president. Look, the ombudsman is only carrying out its function. The president he's neglected his functions already. The fact that he got people in his government that is violating the code. The president don't need the Supreme Court to tell him what to do. You heard the last time they said the president went to the cabinet meeting and appealed to people to declare their assets. How are you president and you appeal to the people that serve him? That's another correction we need to make in our country. There's nothing in the Constitution say will and pleasure. It says you serve at the pleasure of the president, meaning he can wake up in the morning. The pleasure means how he feels. He can wake up in the morning and look at Lofa. All you gotta do, Lofa, you my minister of finance. I got up this morning, I look at you, I don't like the way you shave your beard. You fired. There's nothing Lofa can do about it. That is why I say you serve at the pleasure of the president. Liberians normally say, oh, will and pleasure. There's nothing in the Constitution say will and pleasure. You can go check it out. Nothing. There's nothing called will. Because when you use the word will, it means that, it's like, okay, the person got to muster the courage to do something. No. It says the pleasure. The framers of our Constitution took all of these things into consideration. All of these things. Now, the reason the Constitution is a living and breathing document is because the framers understood, Lofa, that there will be times that the times will change, but the republic will still live. So if you look at the Constitution refers to the president as him. There's nothing called her in the Constitution. So it's a living and breathing document. So was the Constitution denying? Did the Constitution deny the fact that there will be a woman president? So will we argue that when Ellen was president, the powers of the presidency did not attribute to her because there is not a her in the Constitution? No, because the presidency is an institution. And who occupies it, occupy that institution. So they're wasting their time. The Supreme Court will render an opinion. The Supreme Court don't enforce laws. They don't do that. All they do is they interpret laws. They will tell them, listen, Mr. This, when you sign that code, when you accepted that job from the president, you became subservient to that code. It is binding on you. So you either decide what you want to do. You either want to be Secretary General of the Unity Party or you want to be LPRC manager.
But Ben, here's my thing, right? Isn't that much more of an affront to the president? The fact that these individuals are still employed and they're already going to court with this entire thing talking about they're about to fight something. Isn't that much more of, I mean, just even describing it as an affront, I think is much like, I would say, an insult.
It is an insult. It is
gross
an
disregard
insult
to the president.
It is a gross disrespect to the president, Lofa, and that is why I'm shocked that the president has not acted. I'm extremely shocked that he hasn't acted.
What could possibly be holding the president from acting in such a manner? I mean, with the most recent incident from the issue with the speaker, which we'll talk about later, but now here we're talking about people who are obviously saying, we don't care about you, Mr. President. In fact, on one of the radios shows, Amos Twer openly said they are behaving very authoritative and we owe them no loyalty. We will not listen to them. And he was speaking of the ombudsman. So what does that say? And this was, again, I guess, a group that was actually and is actually regarded, respected, and was actually endorsed by the president's idea.
Yeah.
Why are they just upfront disregarding the president? Is it because of his inability to act, or they just don't see him as the person he's supposed to be?
I think it's just a lack of will on the part of the president. I think it is his style. This president's style of leadership is one of caution and is one of, I don't know. Listen, I don't know. I don't want to speak for the president.
Right.
But I know that if you appoint someone and the person is supposed to do what they're supposed to do, you don't go and appeal to them. The president removed the board of commissioners from LTA based on an audit report.
Right.
Not a guilty verdict, though.
Not a guilty verdict.
The audit report is not guilty.
Right.
He removed the board of commissioners from LTA just based on an audit report. Now, you know what? I'm suspending you because I see something that is concerning. Even though they had tenure. Even though the Supreme Court said, no, Mr. President, this is not what you should do. He still got an acting board there, right? Fine. Right. All I'm saying, though, is it is incumbent upon the president to enforce the laws. He is the custodian. He is the protector of the code. If he cannot enforce the code of conduct, how is the code of conduct going to be enforced? Remember, the executive is the enforcer of our laws. The executive is the enforcer. The legislature make it. The judiciary interpret it. The executive enforces it. So it's on his head. So for Amos Twer to be brave, to call on a radio station, he's virtually challenging the authority of his boss. Plain and simple. But guess what? Maybe the president likes it that way.
Probably. Johnny, welcome to the show. Let's hear from you on this issue. We started off with Madam Sirleaf's message on her 86th birthday. And then we are also speaking of the recent incident of the gross disregard for the ombudsman's decision to request that these individuals who are in government and serving to either just retire their positions either in government and retain their party's affiliation and serve their party, or resign from their parties. And these guys are saying outright no. And Ben just spoke of the fact that, as a matter of fact, they're going to court. let's hear from you on these two issues. I don't know if you listened to Madam Sirleaf's message, but let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, Lofa, I really enjoyed my man Ben. Ben, I came on the show, and Ben is in high gear, like someone who is level 100% energized to talk for the next 2 or 3 hours.
I know, right?
But gentlemen, some days for some reason I can just drop down my whole kind of like spirit.
I know, right?
My thoughts of my country, the kind of energy, the kind of way I want to see my country growing, and I see things happen. Sometimes I get like, anyway. But look, let me make reference to where I am. I have a code of conduct.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, your job.
And of course, I have a code of conduct. I don't have to be told by my boss that I have a code of conduct. The first thing is that every year I sign this code of conduct, and they ensure that I read through the code of conduct and ask questions if I have any problem.
Yep.
And I read it and I sign it through DocuSign and goes back to my headquarters and copy comes to me. That's how responsible, professional, ethical individuals behave. At this point in time, when we don't have almost 70% of the population do not have access to safe drinking water, energy, health system is poor, then we're wasting our resources on going to court for things that are clear that we should be able to handle and move forward as a responsible person. Now, my code of conduct tells me that before I take part in politics, I should never use anything that belongs to
your company
that I work for.
Yeah.
Simple. So I had to even put in my own data, because the data or the access I have on my phone to call and make things must be used for the company. And even though they have leverage, they have flexibility, but I just thought, I said, there will be a time, say, let's check the data this may be using, will be paying for. Right? So I'm just saying to you, I cannot use the vehicle belonging to the entity on my private business.
Mm-hmm.
If it is, I will have to write. If they give me the go ahead, then I use it. And then they will tell me, okay, mark the distance you cover, you pay for the fuel that you burn on the private vehicle, if it's for my private use.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, this is how things will go through. So, I'm wondering why we professional educated people in this country decide to take issue that they said no, that they should build a barber and get the country forward. You understand? But as it is, my office work starts at 9 and I close at 5. Even during the political season, right? During the political season, anything that has to do with politics with me, I must do it outside of my office hour. That's one. Second thing, if I must go out to go and canvass and campaign, I must take leave without pay. Or another condition of the guy is you do it when you're not at work. Do not use any material belonging to the entity. So these things are laid out. So if our people in government, they sign, I don't know why they ever signed a code of conduct. Because if I had a manager for the country as a chief executive, I will ensure that all my appointees sign the code of conduct. And in fact, I made a paper, even though it's a law, I will enforce it by saying it. I want you to sign this code of conduct. That this is what you are supposed to do as a government official, as appointed. And in my mind, the intent of the code of conduct is to clearly declare the line between political activity and government work. That's what I think it is. You won election as a politician. You want to come and serve the people of Liberia. Once you become a public servant in the government, you are not there to serve your party anymore, but your party inclusive of all Liberians, everybody. So in my mind, the intent for that is that if you are still playing partisan role as a government official, you will have the likelihood of being biased in the performance of your national duty. These are things that we should read as a people that are doing government work, read, understand it, and just fall in line.
And what's mine?
Listen, Ben, if I were in government, in that kind of position, ombudsmen will have no problem with me. In fact, they will have no job to perform. They will have no job.
But the thing is, Johnny, there are folks who have already resigned. It's just that there are a few of them who feel that they can have their cake and eat it. There are, if you read the Ombudsman latest report, They said there are a few of them. I think there's a number out there that they gave. They're setting amount of number of them have resigned from their political party positions, right? Which is fine. But again, like I said, it is the responsibility of the president. It's the reason why we got lost. Do you know how many times on I-85, when you're driving on I-85 or on I-95 or wherever interstate you drive on in your state, do you know how many times you won't go over the speed limit?
Exactly.
When you're driving, when you see these roads, you know how many you're driving your car. I mean, like Lofa got a really nice Mercedes Benz. When Lofa driving that Mercedes, right? You know how many times Lofa want to drive 100 miles per hour? You know how many times he want to do it? You know why he can't do it? Because there are laws.
Simple.
Not because the road clear, not because they got 6 lane.
Exactly.
There's something that stops Lofa from doing it. Because guess what? It's not that he can do it. It's not that he can do it. He can go and do 100 miles per hour, but guess what will happen? He will either get pulled over, or a camera will take his picture, and his ticket will come in the mail. And so when he get penalized, he will not do it again, or he will have it in the back of his mind that if I try it on the interstate and one state trooper pull me over, they're probably gonna give me a $300 ticket.
Ben, you know, the fact that you use.
But you know, Lofa, 1 minute, right? Lofa,
go ahead.
Lofa, 1 minute. You know, I'm a stranger to the U.S., right? I was in the U.S. recently, and then I ride in with my colleague from the Carter Center, and they had this in Atlanta, like I'm a 5 lanes going, 5 lanes coming, real traffic jam. But there is a lane that was free on the far left.
Easy pass.
Nobody coming there, but this.
Yeah.
But now there's a lane. Put her car there.
Yeah.
So our concern, I said, well, why are the other people all stuck up in the traffic and don't
and she driving on it? Yeah. You know why? Because she paid for her easy pass.
Yeah, she said, if you come here, you will pay. And the reason why I'm on the lane because my car is electric vehicle, and so electric vehicle has leverage to pass.
Electric vehicle, yes, exactly.
So you see that everybody driving, no policeman looking at you, but they are following the traffic rules. So it just tells us that look, you have a rule governing you as a government official or as the people in this country. So why do we, for once, try our best to get for the rules and let our country do better once for all, one day in the country? Why?
So that leads us to and Lofa, sorry, I just want to
no, go ahead.
Segue into the conversation now about what's happening at the legislature, right? It's a good segue into this conversation. I don't know Lofa got something to say about the traffic.
I was going to say, you know,
he won't deny that he got Mercedes, but he does have a Mercedes. So, but go ahead.
I was going to speak of the fact that even with the traffic signs, the stop
somebody
sign.
say you always driving over the speed limit, Lofa. Somebody that's a right. Say you always driving over the speed limit.
You know, she don't want to put me in trouble. It's all right. But on a honest note, you know what? Last year I got 2 tickets back to back between Virginia, and I got a ticket. Matter of fact, it was both of them were in Virginia, and after that,
you know, those Virginia state troopers don't play.
They don't play. They don't play. I learned to pull my car on just cruise control.
Cruise control. Yeah.
But here's the thing, though, Ben. Why it is true, even with the speed limit, at least there will have to be a police officer to pull you over. Let's forget about the speed limit, okay? But the stop signs, how often do people tell you to stop? Do you look around to see what a police is there before you stop? It is because it's almost as though it's part of you. The minute you see that stop sign, you're not looking around for police. You will stop.
Yeah.
Okay? And you understand the traffic signals. You see the traffic light on. These things are not happening in Liberia. And that's why when Madame Sirleaf in her statement said, it's time that we stop the steal. She's not just only talking about stealing. If you see the traffic light on and you run through the light, you're stealing somehow, you're endangering other people's life. And that's the reason why when they're giving you a ticket for these violations, they don't just give it to you because the police officer doesn't like you. They give it to you because they're trying to protect lives and property. Unfortunately, it appears as though everyone in Liberia control their own narrative. They conduct things the way they want to do it, and they have no regard for the law. The rules of law doesn't exist for some of them. And that is why we continue to fall. And that's why Ben Sirleaf said other countries are moving forward and people need to speak up. Go ahead, Johnny. Or Ben, whichever one of you.
Yes.
No. I was going to say that that's a good segue into the conversation about what's happening on Capitol Hill.
Right.
And it again, it comes down to we all may have our own individual thought process of what's going on and how we maybe predict it may end, and why we think it should end, or why we think it should not end in the way we want it to end, or this way, right? It comes down to the issue of, again, laws and doing things the right way. Simple.
Yep.
Some of the arguments that we've heard is that, snow, they move snow, they move Tyler, so that means they should move Kofi. No. Point of correction. No speaker has been removed in our, at least this new dispensation. Not Snow, not Tyler, not George Duer has been removed by the prescribed way in which they should be removed. None of them. One thing all those people got in common is that they all resigned. But there's another side to this story. I was doing some research today on this whole speaker thing, Lofa. For Edwin Snow, his folks who raised the contention against him, they presented it in plenary. The same thing with Tyler. In fact, Ellis Tyler, the reason which they raised the contention for him to leave, for him not to be speaker, was because of the Global Witness investigation. It was because he had gotten indicted, guess what? By this very same Fonati Kofa, who was the chief prosecutor, right? Ellen had set up this special prosecution thing, and they had indicted Tyler. In fact, I was reading today, I was going by notes, and my friend Archie Williams have some, and I told him to try to send me some of those papers so we can start. Maybe we can do a series on this thing where we go back into historical context. A lot of the things that are happening today, Lofa, are things that have happened in the past. It's almost like we are a nation in reverse.
True.
You know, in other countries, they say you learn from your history. Your history, you should not be hostages of your history or your past. You should use your past to forge and guide your future. Liberia is the only country I see we keep making the same mistakes of the past. And I was talking to my friend Archie today. I said, listen, you know, Archie comes up with this. I don't know if any of y'all follow him on Facebook.
Yeah, I reached out to him one time, asking him
all the time, right? Whether from the 1970s, whether from the 1980s, you know, the speaker said he will not resign 20 years ago. If something happened, President Barker did something this year, something, he moved certain people, you will find out, baby, Dota, we did the same thing. What does it say about our country? What does it say about the country? I mean, can you imagine Americans repeating their history? None of us would be here in this country.
No.
Because 40, 50 years ago, segregation was the law of the land.
Yep.
So I don't get it. Like I said, when you look at the Alex Tyler thing, you know who was the person who read the petition on the floor? It was the late Bunapelo Youngblood. In fact, Alex Tyler, what intensified was that he tried to not even give it credence. And so they went ahead with their mutiny, and in the end, he ended up resigning. The reason I bring that up is to say this. At some point, and I will end on this for the rest of the guys who come in, at some point, we have to make a decision as a country to say that, you know what, as painful or as hard as it may seem to do the right thing, we got to be able to start to do the right things. And it starts at different levels, whether in business, whether in politics, whether in the schools, all of the things that we intend to do and we live by on a daily basis.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Okay. So Ben, let me provide some information based on sociological concept. In sociology, we say we have 5 basic social institutions, and they are all linked. So we have the family, the religion, the education, the economy, and with politics. Now, why our forefathers in the academia identify these 5 institutions? Because everywhere you go, you find them existing in society. Now, how does each one of these institutions help to improve society? So let's bring that to our Liberian context. Let's start from our family context, family institution, and link it to religion and education. How are we socialized in the family? How are we socialized religiously? How are we socialized in the educational system? Before we talk about the economy and politics. Because those who are in the economic institution and the political institution come from the family, the religion, and the educational institutions. So in our Liberian context, what have been the strength of our family value, our religion, and our education? So let me jump to the tier 1 education. Our educational system need to be strengthened in a way that knowledge transfer from one generation to another generation is such that we don't repeat what happened 20, 30 years ago. And it's such that if we begin to get credence to merit based becomes the way of getting things done. And getting people to give account of what they do, whether in public or private. Then we begin to realize that what we did 20 years, 30 years ago, we need to transition from there and move forward. So, from our perspective, intellectually now, from the background of academia, we need to have a set of sociologists or social scientists to do a thorough review of Liberian society and give policy, evidence-based information to the government or to the federal institution how to manage this place. So if you got a poor family system, you got poor religious impact society, poor education, you have poor economy, you have poor government. Because the guys who will perform their duty in government come from a family, come from religious background, come from the background of education. All that are in going to the kid, they went to school. They went to different school, Catholic school, public school, government school. They went to all the schools. They are all in different religious background. They are Muslim or they are Christian or they are in some other religious background. But how are we the way we are? Why are we sitting here and just looking at our neighbors in Sierra Leone, in Guinea, and in Cote d'Ivoire, taking steps to go forward when we still be going backward? When we try to take 1 step forward, we take 2, 3 steps backward. We say, at least we try. Until we can get away from this, at least. Then at least we try. At least we wanted to go one. Okay, we can be ambitious in this country, and that's why I always encourage the young generation. Look at in their 30s and 40s. If you can be ambitious to go for quality, to go for the best, all the things we're discussing here, my brother Ben and Togar, we'll come back 20 years again to the same discussion we're having today.
True.
Just as today we discussed this thing here, it happened 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and we are happy to reference to support what we're doing today. That's why in all that big one, I said, look, the whole argument, let's lecture, I don't have interest in it. I can talk my own because I want to talk some more. For me, look, we need to make progress, Ben. This country now going, look at our children. Ben, when you come to Liberia here, just try to take yourself away from being like, being like.
Oh no, I know. I go around. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I tell people, I say right in Monserrado County, there are places in Monserrado County, people say drinking out of streams.
Ben, I'm driving, every morning I'm driving, I'm taking my time because I put on my sociological lens to see the issues in the country. Before I close down, before my brother Togar comes on, the other day I have my niece came with her husband from the US. The young man had never been to Africa. He's a black American. And the young guys, he came with his brother. Because the brother is saying, so long his brother got a woman from Liberia, and the woman is so productive, he will come with a young woman from Liberia that the boy intend. The young man landed at the airport, man. In 5 hours, the man was forced to pay 2,500 to go right by the same night. He was so confused, unable to even comprehend what was happening around him. That my niece's husband was compelled to say, because when I went to the US, he saw me, he had a little bit confident. Because the kind of way he saw people, they harassed me at the airport, the movement around him, and everything else, he didn't understand it. We came to Monrovia. We're driving from Ramofi, from Kehleboe Junction to Royal Grand Hotel. The guys asked me, what happened? Why is everybody on the street like this? So it meaning that we need to work in the way that our young people need to be put to work. Until we can put our population to work, until we can have people in the legislature, in our government, that know that they are there to serve and do the right thing for this country, Ben, we keep repeating things over and over and over. But we have to stop it. And this is this coming between now to 2029, we have to stand up. Stand up fully with bull face, bull eye, and say, look, we have to agree to move something forward so that our children cannot be veteran mass by what we are veteran mass by today.
That Togar coming.
So Mr. Yeah, Togar come in.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Togar, well, you change your computer, eh?
My computer.
Yeah, you're using a new computer or new camera.
And I was gonna say, Togar looks more like
you're not in Liberia?
No, it's
okay. Yeah, because you look very different. Yeah.
So the fact that you're talking about some of these issues.
So wait, Togar, you see, Togar,
Yeah.
you see the difference? All of you are out of Liberia. You see my background, you see my life condition. They will tell you exactly.
Look. My man, that my small experience I want to talk about.
Yeah, I know.
Right? Everybody talking about this kind of thing. So today, for example, where I am. So one of the first times that I get at an airport, and I got to put my passport. Like you scan it over some system. I'm meeting no immigration officer.
Of course.
right.
Nobody standing in front of me. Nobody there. That where I even got to know that properly the passport we're using, it might not be biometric.
It's not biometric, yeah. They can't read it. It's not readable.
Of course.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Ben, how embarrassing it is that somebody at an airport is asking me, it's a biometric.
Because by the time you scan it, that code, that's supposed to that long strip
of code. Yeah, the code will go there and the thing will snap me. No human being and myself interacting. But because of that situation, I had to go see an immigration officer.
Yeah.
That's how embarrassing it is for us. So they put us under the impression in a country that we get biometric passport when we come to serious places is not recognized. That's like Liberia for you.
Were you embarrassed?
I mean, you were so happy, my man. You coming out of a plane where you're almost 200-300 on board, and everybody just snapping the thing and going, and you there, you acting crazy on the airport, like you know what's going on around you. It's embarrassing, man. Almost, and everybody asking you because you're in a queue, right? So you get almost 10 or 15 of that thing liner, and each person maybe 20 liner in that line, and people waiting. And you know when
I found out mine. I didn't find out mine went through immigration. I found out mine during check-in. I was getting ready to travel, and you know how when you go to check-in, you're going international, right?
Yeah.
You just put a passport thing there. You got
to put it in there.
You put that. I did it 3 or 4 times. It kept rejecting it. It kept saying it kept rejecting it. The woman had to come and literally tell me, say you have to manually put in your passport number. That's how I ended up putting in my passport.
You know, that's one of the experiences I've had. And the thing about it is, all these people who run our governance system, they come all around the world.
Yep.
What do they take back home to our people? I enter a country where I know anywhere. I might not even be able to walk maybe 30 minutes away from my home and come back straight, right? But I have an app that takes me anywhere in the country. And the car will come to me. In fact, they say 1 minute. In Accra and other places, that 5. But in the people play 1 minute for a car. So the time I take it to even get dressed, while I say I'll wait for the car, man, it will take 15 minutes.
No, you can't try it.
The man already packing there. If I waste the man time for 5 minutes, They
Yep.
would take extra money from me.
Get
when I
extra
pay them.
money. Yep. Or they would drive away. Yep.
Can you imagine? We even get our system yet. Uber second even come to the country. What is our problem? Lofa was talking about even traffic lights, stop signs, and all the kind of things. All our traffic lights are down in the country. Everything down. And I'm told it's on police and I think the and transport also. Why we keep all these things down? In fact, the people who run motorbike in the country by the fee traffic light for them. Y'all will be in the queue. Y'all will stop. The keke rider, the motorbike rider, they running in the red light sign like crazy. They're running. We need to build the system. I think the problem, look, the recent crimes and things are minimized in certain countries. One of the things I've even noticed is the people invest in security. I mean, even in the people elevator, they got camera. Is that difficult for us to do? Because, like, even here, I who are ordinary man, but like my home, I still monitor my home from where I am. You mean I can be here? I can see what's happening to my house because I got a camera there that works 24/7 with my internet at home. We able to do it as a country. That's something that looking big for us to do in La Bro. I would the ordinary man in La Bro. I get camera to my home that able to monitor 24/7 what happening there. We're not able to put camera on the light pole there. The government got the telco. The government got control of all the GSM companies. The government run the LTA and every sector you think about. The government won't tell me you can put camera all over so you can be able to start napping people so we can be secure and start moving towards 24-hour economy. That one difficult. Again, people got to go to Harvard to learn that one. People got to go to Harvard to learn that. Those are simple things. The reason the people in the West and other places developing fast is because these simple measures are in place. Before you want to take somebody, the simple thing when you want to take it from behind somebody, the man leave a phone somewhere for you to say you want to see it, you worry because that man phone, maybe camera on it. Maybe camera on it. So you scared. You're able to touch anything about the man. You go to the people more, you see more than 1 million people just walking up and down, but nobody can steal from anybody in the damn place. Sorry for my language. Nobody. Because camera all over the place. You won't tell me we're not able to put camera in our place, even if electricity is that terrible for us. All those things will create jobs. The reason, like in the West and other places that you people are 24/7 economy can run is easy because the people got stable electricity that one. Security is intact that two. It means a man who employing 2 persons in Moria in his store. If we have 24-hour electricity and we have security, that man will start running 4 to 6 persons on shift. That's 6 persons that man has hired.
Rotational, yep.
Because they may not be keeping the 2 people from in the morning all the way to the following morning now. So I swear here's maybe from 5 in the morning to 6 o'clock in the evening, the first group gone. The other group picking up from that time to 12 midnight, the other group breaking up to the morning. So that man one will hire 6 persons. We all waiting at the big company they're supposed to hire more people. But these small people who hire
it's a multiplying effect.
Yeah. Getting. Why are we making this thing so difficult? We hold them, we put it in about book. Most of the developed countries that people don't even learn too much book. The only thing they have is ideas, and those ideas are working. So we need to shift. We need to shift. I just want to stop here because y'all were talking about the regular things of everyday thing. I just wanted to drive a few of these things here so our people can understand that to drive this country and development not difficult. We just need to put our ass together. I think Garguah was starting very well from the very beginning. In fact, under the last administration, we started seeing cameras in the streets of Moria days that all of a sudden all the things stop. It's almost like people can come with new ideas in the country. Certain time everybody just feel weak. The whole system can just drop. You can just finish. You get time again. You just won't be your own money. That's the country looking. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Ben, you could chime in. I wanted us to talk something else that took place.
No, go ahead because I finished. Lofa, you can come in with the next.
Oh, okay. There's something else that happened today. The young people were actually in the streets. You spoke about Liberian having to stand up, and I want to play this video and get people's reaction. I think they were actually booing the lawmakers and calling them rogues and all of those things. So. Actually, when I saw that video, I was a little bit excited that young people are actually standing up for once. You know, and I hope that they actually not only do this. So I get the gist of it is they came out. I think when as you go through the video, you hear them talking about, they were referencing them as rogues. They're saying, go to work, you're getting our free money, you're not going to work, you're not doing what you're supposed to do. And all of these chanting, these talks were being made. What does that do to those who are, you know, on the other side, your legislators? I reference them as legislators. Now, young people are now taking to the streets and saying, guys, get out of here, go to work. They were at that thing at the hotel entrance or something like that. And in fact, they were even counting the cars that were coming out of there. And I counted with them, it was, 42 vehicles that came out of that area. And young people were saying, we don't have jobs, we don't have anything. And Togar, you spoke to that. What does that say about the current state of the nation as we think about transformation? Lawmakers abandon their responsibility. They're staying out of hotel. And here we are, young people are now taking to the streets and saying, guys, go to work. These young people are not going to school. Let's speak to that.
The issue on Capitol Hill is troubling. It's even my understanding that I think the president's supposed to send the budget by the 30th or so. It is my understanding that the government is going to come up with a flimsy excuse in the not too distant future about why they won't be able to send the budget to the legislature because of the ongoing crisis. Jesus. So they might push it further. That's why I'm gathering that the Minister of Finance is making some efforts now so they can see reason as to how they can push it back further. So it seems the executive is doing everything not to get involved with the crisis on Capitol Hill, you know, and that is going to stall a lot of things. This whole year is going to go by. You know, the issue with Tyler, for example, went for, I think, almost 3 or 4 months. And yes, so
it went for about 4 months.
Mm-hmm. So it could go more than this, and, you know, depending how the situation would be like, and a lot of things, because, you know, the three branches can coordinate. So it's difficult when one is practically paralyzed. It's difficult for anything to happen in the entire governance system. Already you got the broadcast administration that is dragging in terms of development work. Dragging. They can bring nothing new on the table. You know, lack of vision. The roads are terrible. Electricity is terrible. In fact, it's my understanding that even the tariff for electricity, you know, has gone up again because people are struggling now to pay over $19 billion to the Ivory Coast. So they got to put the burden on the ordinary people, and it's a tragedy. In fact, I was even understanding, because my people were calling me today, that even vehicle registration should be starting again on Monday. So, and the problem too with the country is that the taxes, the burden seem to be on the ordinary people. While you're doing vehicle registration, for example, on Monday, you will come to realize that bulk of the officials of government, bulk of the people connected to them, they don't pay anything.
They don't pay anything, yeah.
They don't register their cars. They don't pay for driver licenses. They don't even pay their electricity bill. All these things. The ordinary people try their best to pay for everything. The bishops in the country pay for nothing. I bet if they were to form an independent body today to say the whole registration process that coming on for vehicle registration and all of that, the independent body, you'll sit down and check every car, whether the president or prime minister or whoever. You will notice that bulk of the people who are not paying, they're going to build other people. It is a go from real horse to horse of all the people who are ministers, all the people who are senators and representatives, and go check. Bulk of these people don't pay their bills.
Wow.
They don't pay. You go from ministry to ministry, agency to agency. They don't pay. In fact, they are the highest group of people indebted to the LEC.
Yeah, but is it the government as a whole is the highest, is the biggest
Of course.
debtor to the LEC, the government?
Of course. So why we live like this? Why we don't pay? Why is it that only the ordinary people we're looking for, the man who just taking a car from Broad Street to Waterside, we pressure that man to find his own money, but the people who really earn in the country, they don't pay a dime for these services. It's frustrating. We have to stop. These are some of the reasons the country is going nowhere. Because the people who get the money, they don't pay bills. The people who ain't get anything. That is the reason why the other day I raised this issue about people coming, they say, okay, declare your asset, and people declaring their asset. Everybody calling BP figure on their asset and this, that. I said, fine, let me call in the BP figures. But at the end of the day, you would declare all the BP figures. Can you also match it with the taxes you pay on it? No. Now what they lost it. But you know why they cannot match it? Because bulk of the beef figures. Oh man, you know what it means if you could declare 10 million that you own as an official. And that 10 million, you are paying 10% of that money as tax to government. That's different ballgame we're talking. So people are declaring those amounts because the law does not say what a tax you paying on all those assets you get, all the money you get, how you paying taxes on it. Nobody. So everybody just making big show with the game. Big show with the game. So we need to, the country can only develop when people begin to, especially the bishops, to begin to contribute to this economy. They can only be people who just taking. In fact, even the NASCAR thing I heard about, I heard legislators don't pay their own money into NASCAR. They almost like on different planets. You work for one ordinary company, they're strapping your money. I think almost 10% or so. They take from you, or 3%. They take it from you. Lawmakers, they don't put their own money to NASCAR. For what reason? All the other people who are civil servant government officials, even like I was in some foreign companies, even expatriates, NASCAR can call their money. Why would not call government members of the legislature? So all the laws are for themselves. Do you know lawmakers who are left government for I don't know how many years, they still take money from the government every month? Whether you're a lawmaker 10, 15, 20 years ago, you still get money in the budget for it.
Jesus.
Of course. Whether you're a lawmaker from interim government, you still taking money in the current budget. Every budget year, every payday, the guys still get money. The guys only put the laws together for themselves. You check that budget that we get, we say, I know 700 million. Or we can be thinking within only 300 plus go to salary and thing. Almost 80% of the government money of the budget we get as a country stays with the bishops. How in the world? Take for example, the man is a lawmaker. Then the man get a clinic. But I see clinic in the budget. It goes to the same man. The man get his salary. The man get librarian dollar. The man get his staff. Then the man got how you got it? Clinic. He clean it in the budget. The man get school. His school in the budget. Then we get the man 100,000 again for the man to carry on development in the community. How much money leave there for the people to do some work? All the money for the singers. All the money for the people. Enough for the ordinary people. So all the money, they can't hold money. You say you're taking money from poor people for taxes all around the place. Where the money can go? Can the taxes actually come back to the people to benefit? Never. All that money stays with those same people. Each lawmaker, your travel, we pay for it. In fact, we get money in the budget and all for the people entertainment. Can you imagine? The men who entertainment, I'm talking about how much money the men pay into the play. I said that the bottom worry because they got money in the budget for entertainment.
I know.
So the part of the entertainment money that is chilling way to RL.
So Ben, if this continues for the next 4 months, those guys will stay at the hotel.
But Lofa, the people get entertainment.
But what will stop them from staying there? And guess what? They will get paid also.
Of course.
Nobody cutting the salary. No penalty. But you let one silver 7 don't go to work.
Right.
2 weeks. And see if they will not fire that silver 7.
You gone.
That's what I'm saying. It is a fundamental problem with the country.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, like me and you we started this conversation before, Lofa.
Right.
We the people have yet to realize that our elected officials,
Our employees
work for us. They've refused to accept that. I mean, you know, when I said that, you know, Cyril Allen said something. I don't know if you listened to Cyril Allen tape when he talked about. He said it is called the honorable. Yeah, I saw that. It's a Kamala Harris her closing argument speech. I saw that. but let me. And for some reason, all on the radio, all on the different networks, that's literally the term they're using across the board.
But we are not just ordinary, Ben.
I will say that was the vision of this program's name, because you remember it was going towards the end of the election when we started the platform, right?
Right.
It was Tomalin's idea. Let me just full disclosure. Who said we were trying to figure out a name for the platform. Tomalin said, whatever we do, there must be a portion of the show, right? Maybe towards the end of the show, we said we were going to do either. I think at one point we said we were going to do Crossfire, but then Truth FM had something called Crossfire, right? We said we we're going to do Crossfire. So he said, whatever name we come up with, at the end of the day, towards the end of the show, we must have a segment of the show called the closing argument. And I remember when he said it, we're on the call, on a call. By the time he said closing argument, I said, but Tommy, that's the name of the show right there. I said, that's, I don't know what other name we can find. That's the name of the show right there, the closing argument. That's a segue. But yeah, Kamala is delivering her closing argument. By the way, this election is so freaking close. I don't even want to think about it.
I know, right?
Know what's going to happen on Tuesday. I'm going to get a bottle of scotch.
I'm taking off work. I'm taking off work on Tuesday.
I'm just going to take the day and just relax and watch and see what happens in this country, right? Yeah. But again, the beauty about this country, no matter what happens, America will survive, right? There are systems in place. People may say, different things, but there are guardrails in place that will be able to put the country on a trajectory. But as I was saying before, I was alluding to the fact that I think it is the mindset of our people that is going to continue to kill us. It's going to continue to put us in this perpetual rut that we find ourselves in. It is the mindset of the people not demanding excellence and always settling for mediocrity, like what Togar is alluding to, right? The fact that we know certain things, we know what we deserve as a nation, but we tend to flip it over and to side and kick it by the wayside, and we marvel when we see these people. You know, in Liberia, the perfect role model is an elected official, or is a government official, right? That's the perfect role model. Whereas other countries, you see a thriving private sector. You go to countries like Ghana, you go to countries like Nigeria, these are not perfect countries, don't get me wrong, because when you talk to their people, they have their own challenges. They have their talk shows like we do. They blast the government. But the difference with those people is that they know what their rights are.
True.
They know what is due them. You see, that's what happened in Kenya. The reason the Gen Zs jumped in the street was because they got woke. They got awoken to the fact that if we allow this finance bill to pass, what's the thing, man, they can give you when you go to the store?
The voucher.
No, man, when you go eat.
Why, the coupon?
This check, this bill.
Oh, okay.
That this bill they are writing, that they're going to hand this bill to our generation.
Okay.
That's the problem. And we in Liberia, we're celebrating mediocrity. You ask them, why are you electing this person? Oh, because the man, I just let a man.
Yeah.
I just let him. What have he said? What have he done? What is his track record? That is the reason. In fact, yesterday I was listening to the replay of this show. I think there was a conversation about who do we elect in the national legislature?
Yep.
Whether you elect somebody who got money, or you elect somebody, and they were giving my brother Johnny hard time, and
Yeah.
and making it look like Johnny. I said, but Johnny,
I have to carry my brother's defense.
so Lofa pop up trying to kind of defend Johnny, but he has got stuck at some point, you know. But the reason I said that, guys, is because until we realize and we feed our consciousness as a nation, we will continue to have this conversation. Like I said before, but Barack Obama said it about this country when he gave his famous speech on race in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
That I cannot disown Jeremiah Wright because he's a part of me. His story, I mean, all these people, this great mosaic of our country represents who I am. And at the end of the day, it's about perfecting our union. When do we start perfecting our own of union? Like Johnny said, there are places in Montserrat County that people are still drinking from streams of water in Montserrat County. Before I even say the Southeast or before I say any other county. There are kids that are born in Liberia that have not seen a light bulb. They don't even know what a light bulb is. If you bring a kid from one of those villages to Monrovia and you show them a light bulb, the kid probably run away and think it's something that is strange. During the war, you saw there were rebels who came to town and were drinking out of commodes.
But Ben, let me throw something in there, right? I'm listening to you talk, and as I watch this rally here, right? The young people are dominating, but you know the one thing though? Not a single one of these young men or women that are out here stood up in line for T-shirt to go to attend this rally. Why is it that we can't do similar things? Instead, we always allow ourselves to be, but we can't always blame these politicians. Why are we not accepting the blame ourselves?
Lofa, and let me come back. And today I will talk more about the society as a sociologist, because the educational institution has also failed the state. And it failed because the state failed to support the educational institution. Let's do small, like elementary analysis of the Liberian population. The war started 1989, let's say 1990. Most of us around here were around the age of 10, 12, 13. Most of the people now were kind of those all who were 10 years old, 1990, now they are about in their late 30s or mid 30s. Right. All of those who were born 2003 when the war ended to now, they are in their 20s. Now, what percent of the population do they belong to? Right? Those are between the age of 0 to 25 in this country. And they are the active labor force who in the country for anything 0 to 25. So since 2000, let's say since 1990 to now, what have we done as a state to consider the plan for the younger generation through the educational institution? So if we don't work on the mind of the people, like I said to Ben, we will keep repeating the same problems over and over. I will tell them about it. I was fortunate to finish high school in 1989. I entered University of Liberia in 1990 when the war commenced. I didn't go to school until I went back to university in 2001 to earn my bachelor's. Right? Now, so I'm going back like British society. We look at Monrovia now. A few years ago, there was a complaint in the Southeast that almost all the high schools have no math teacher, no physics teacher, no commercial teacher, no teacher in the sciences. All the guys are growing. They're not waiting. Growth is natural. It's a natural phenomenon. You got to grow. Whether you go to school, whether you get food, you will grow. And as you grow, your mind will be growing too. So whatever you grow up with, I want to be in your mind.
Yeah.
So look, our society is challenged. I'm speaking as a sociologist. We are challenged. We have to. And to do this now, we need a leadership that will understand the value of the educational institution, the value of the family, the value of the economy, that will focus their attention on what do we do with a population of let's say 20 to 35, 20 to 40. Where are they? What are they involved with?
So, Johnny, I want to interject something quickly with what you're talking about.
Go ahead.
And you say something very profound, right? And I think Togar and Lofa will agree with me. You know, I was reading the book, and that's the other thing we don't do a lot in Liberia. We our people don't like to read.
No.
People don't find pleasure in reading. They say you won't hire anything from Liberian men, just write it.
Yeah.
If you want to hire anything from Liberian men, just write 2 paragraphs. If you want to send a Liberian man to the gallows, a Liberian man will sign his own death warrant without even reading it. I mean, it's a serious thing, right?
Yeah.
So as a result of that, many of our people are not students of history. The only way you know history is you have to read it, or somebody got to tell it to you. You know, there's oral communication. You know, we learn that in high school in Liberia, right? Oral history, where they talk about oral history, where generations pass down information through word of mouth. The old man and old parent in the villages, they didn't go to school, so they told their oral history. How do we know of Madame Swakoko that Madame Sirleaf talked about today in her speech? How do we know of Madame Swakoko? She was not an educated woman, but she was a warrior. How do we know the story of Madame Swakoko? It was oral history. I mean, it was oral. Yeah, you know, people told the story. How do we document our history? How? What do we know? Do we even know some of the laws that were passed under Samuel Doe? Do we even know some of the laws that were passed under William Arrow Talbot? We don't know. If you were to ask, I asked a fundamental question earlier, Johnny and Togar, when you were not here. How many Liberians today know where Bacchus Matthew is buried? How many? If you open the phone lines right now and you ask, tell me where Bacchus Matthew, this multi-party democracy that we all can be stretching our veins about, he was considered the father of multi-party democracy. How many of them? How many of us know where he's buried? Because we don't know our history. We try to find angels in the devil's world. So when somebody like Ellen speak, we say she ain't got no business talking because she was part of the war. Because she get 10,000 to what a place name. Who told you all the American heroes are perfect?
To Jallah. They was given to Jallah, I think.
Yeah. Who told you all the American heroes are perfect? Do you know that George Washington owned slaves? Do you see America say to them they don't celebrate the first president's birthday, or they don't think about the history of where this country has come from? I gave the example of George Wallace, the fiery governor of Alabama during segregation. But in the end, at the end of George Wallace's life, he became a champion for racial equality in this country because a bullet almost took his life. A bullet almost took his life. He had a moment where he got up and he realized that go and Google. People, y'all just go. These things, this information are out there. Go there. Think about where Liberia has come from. The other day I was sitting and I was watching old videos of Liberia. There's a video called The Wealth of Liberia by E. Earl Francis. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It talks about the things that we used to export. Liberia, the Mesurado group of companies. Yes, but guess what? Who told you there was not a societal disparity during those years? But I can guarantee you, if you were to offer those years to Liberians today, they would take it any day than what they're dealing with today. It's because we have not been able to learn from our past. And if we do learn from our past, Johnny, we are hostages of our past. We beat people up. We beat people up. Can you imagine people were having a debate all yesterday about George Weah? I mean, this is a man who stood up in front of 400 million eyes yesterday as a Liberian. And I saw some people, he can speak English. He this. He that. I mean, what kind of sick country are we?
Wait, guys, hold on 1 second though. Is it just me or Ben is fiery today?
No,
like this. I like this fiery bit.
Yeah, you know.
For some reason, I like this
Ben has
bit
more
right
energy
here.
tonight.
This is
We're
my
talking
favorite
to the
bit right here. I
Ben
like
has
this
more
bit.
energy tonight.
Yeah, you know,
the generality of
sometimes
the
these
issues.
things-
I like this advocate bit, the political bit.
which is good.
Yeah, you know, sometimes these things you
The
get to a
mindset of
point
the
where
people, speaking to the consciences.
you got
of the
to,
society.
and like I said, guys, none of us are perfect. We all got our shares of weight that's on our shoulders, but it don't mean that you love Liberia more than I do,
More than you.
or I love Liberia more than you do. We may have different pathways. We may have different ways to be able to get to the Liberia of our dreams. But the ultimate goal is that we want to see the Liberia of our dreams.
Yep.
I mean, when you see people, I saw people making disparaging comments about George Weah. Why? Because he the stand-up bearer of CDC. Forgetting to understand that the moment in which George Weah was standing was a moment for Liberians to be proud of. Yeah, we can debate what George Weah did for football in Liberia. We can debate that. We can say, oh yeah, honor the president said Lone Star ain't go to the World Cup. Or honor the president said Lone Star ain't go to Brazil. We can talk that one. But for that 30 minutes or whatever time he stood up there, we should have celebrated that moment.
No, but Ben, I think
we take it and we tear the country down.
Well, Ben, I think you know what? Let me just add to that, right? Let me chime in on this one here. To be honest with you, this is what I thought would have happened yesterday. That presentation should have been played at the stadium, okay? Somewhere in Liberia. Free admission.
Well, Lofa thought
All
different
it
things.
takes is a projector. No, to be honest with you, all it takes is a projector and a laptop, and you project that thing on the screen.
Lofa,
That's it.
the government of Liberia did not George Weah to use VIP loans that he programmed they will put on SKD.
Ben, I agree with where you're coming with this, but at the end of the day, you know what? This is not about the individual George Weah. It's about the country.
That's my point.
He's now carrying this. But you know what? You make a point.
Look, there's nobody. There is nobody.
You know,
And Togar, 1 second, I come and tell you, there's nobody who watch. I was watching that highlights yesterday. Cold bomb on my skin for two reasons, right? One, as a Liberian, I was like, shit. Oh, sorry. I was like, yo, this dude. I was like, this dude is no joke, right?
No, he's
like
not.
he was no joke on the football field. And trust me, I'm not a huge football fan, right?
Exactly.
Right? But watching those highlights, and in the end, with the name Liberia, and then there was a sense of pride of, hey, damn, that's my friend. I know him, right? So there was a mixture yesterday, but for me, what was sad yesterday was this notion of what it would do for Liberia. Where that moment would do for Liberia. Sometimes we get caught up in
the politics.
Yeah, we get caught up and we forget about the symbolism of certain things.
No. Ben, start 1 minute, right? When we say what we do for Liberia, I mean we are also ignorant. Let me say this, man. Right? Ben, look.
You know how many people knew the country called Liberia for the first time yesterday? There were 400 million viewers of that program.
Ben, besides that, we spend more time looking for negative than positive in the country.
Positive, yes.
Look, here, Ben, I'm involved with writing, help man, we do teamwork. We listen to, I mean, I like George Weah, but George Weah government, whenever he made a statement, we took it as niche to do a proposal, a concept note to bring support to Liberia under our program. So, Mr. Weah, nothing he did for Liberia, I agree, right? But you want to improve soccer. This is the icon soccer in the world. What is wrong with one intelligent man or team sitting proposing a nice soccer thing, linking it to George Weah? Even though he cannot do it on his own, doesn't have the way to do it. But if you just look, Liberia is the place where this soccer icon came from. You put a nice thing together, you get benefit. But the more we condemn, Ben talking here. I follow Ben. I follow most of the guys in the country for many, many years, politically, whatever. So now I listen to talking on the radio. I get a laugh. I say, "When do my late team, my late corner here?" Because like, bro, you want man there, you would not take step. Ben was accused of so many things in the country. I follow him. He doesn't know. I follow people because I got my own background and I know what I'm doing. Look, our country need to make progress. And to make the progress, we need to stop the hate for each other. Stop the hate. I am not from CDC. I've observed it many times when I try to discuss some of the things that we as government make effort to do. Right away, I'm labeled as sedition. It's quick to label you as sedition or UPIS. The other day when I was speaking here about the guy's behavior, Melvin Koko, he told me, he said, I was turning UPIS. You know, say on the show, he said, I'm turning UPIS. So when you try to make yourself expressive to present your own concept of what is happening around here, you're quick to label you as this party and that party. Which is not bad. I don't mind. Being a citizen is not a crime. Being a UP is not a crime. In as much as our country is doing well, we're making progress. I agree. But if there's no progress, we have a problem. Until we build a consciousness of the country through our educational system.
Yeah.
Look, education system is key. Let me tell you, if you go back, when we didn't have Western school system in the country, in Africa, how do you think Africa was governed? The learning process, the learning institution was, for us that are knowing from Lofa, was the Poro and Sunday. Those were the learning institutions we have. We didn't have Western school in Liberia or in Africa in this region. Around the whole West African region was Poro and Sunday. You go to Sierra Leone, you go to Guinea, even other parts, it may not be the same name, but they had these institutions responsible for socializing the young people from the age of 5 up to the age of 20, 25 when they become mature. They process you. So when they pull you out, you become a meaningful citizen in your nation or among your people. But until we can look into our educational system, that we process the young people from the age of 5 to the age of 20, 25, to let them know the value of being a citizen, to make you know the value of what government is. And no, I mean, I don't understand why someone be arguing that it's right to ride for a minister to ride a car that worth for the 5,000 when you have a whole community of 2,000-3,000 people living, they cannot drink a cup of clean water. How does that relate? Right? You say, yeah, I mean, people they put in the right car for morale. For what morale? Morale when your people are dying and drinking dirty water. When we say the right to life, the government is responsible to protect our right to life. You know why it constitutes to have right to life? Quality education is part of right to life. Quality healthcare is part of right to life. And healthcare includes safe drinking water, clean environment, hygiene. So if you cannot provide those things as a government, then how do you protect our right to life? So when discussing life expectancy, Liberia is around 45, 55. When other countries are going around 85, 90, and 100 because they provide their citizens best education.
We around 55.
Providing better health system.
Yeah, I think we are around 55.
Sometimes can be sometimes we can say 55, 65. Sometimes we can say that one to us. Right? But look, we have to try. And here, I'm hoping that we can help to inform our people in this country. I always say this platform should be about helping our people to make informed decisions.
Yeah.
We have 5 years to talk about Liberia so that we hope that in 2029 we can have a change. We should have a goal as a platform. Let our presentation be and have a goal that we say, look, our goal for this platform is between now to 2026, 2027, 2028, we must make impact to the point that the Liberian population will be informed as to how they make decisions when it comes to electing their government officials, and how our government also will take decisions to improve various institutions that will help the country. I don't have to be a political person in government. In as much as my government can do those things that will improve the economy, that will improve education, improve health, then at my age, 20 years from now, I have social security. But as the country is going, 20 years from now, I'm in my 70s, I'm worried about my 70s. What kind of life I will live? What kind of sort I'll be living in as an old man? Where I have peace. What we have now, the young people I see around me, how will they take care of me? Not necessarily my children, but all young people around this country. The way they will lead this country in the next 20, 30 years, that how we believe that we have social security as older people. So we should be thinking about tomorrow. We need to have generational leadership style in this country. And the reason why the guys in Kenya had that uprising is because they spoke from an informed position.
True.
How informed is our young population in this country?
All right.
How informed are they about the issues?
Let's talk.
Yes. So you know, Ben, one of the things I have noticed is the extreme hate is too high in the country. I think also maybe because with just 5-point-something million people, probably we know each other so well. The intellectual class, the middle class seem to be too small, so we seem to know each other. When one group of people rise up there, they step on the other group of people completely. Then a small group of people run the system. Then the rest of the people, either you get all or you find your way to go fend for yourself. When respect how much boy you know, what kind of gain you can bring, what kind of experience you have, what contribution you can make to the state and all of that. If you have businesses or whatever capability offering, you will wait for that season and get back in the ring. If you succeed, you go back for the next group of people. Small group of people. We treat each other this way. I'm following the US election, for example. And I see nobody running behind Beyonce and say they will not give Beyonce contract because she was on the podium for Kamala Harris. Let's be frank. And I see nobody running behind Elon Musk and say, oh, a business is coming to laugh. They will run him out of America. They will send him back to South Africa where he come from because he began to not Trump. In Liberia, that boy finished with business. They go left, finish after the election. That's how we treat the country. That is our problem. Small group of people fight each other, finish each other, and that's how we are.
Yeah. Sad.
That is our problem. We got a system where we can bring in other people to drive development and this, that. Some people looking at the people's history. What the government they men were in before. Who the men friends are. We need a man around now. When you bring a man here now, they play here. That's what we are. So we got serious professional people sitting down doing nothing. I was talking to somebody the other day, and the person was saying to me, for me, all I know how to do that government. I'm not able to go open shop again to go sell without marketing. So the day you cannot find the opportunity for these people to carry all the best expertise that they have, it means they're just sitting down. The country is just completely brain drained. Don't people just saying now? The few people, whether the man learn the job properly, whether he learn it, the fact the man government comes to power, the man must be giving what he wants. All the other people that were suffering, you know how many people school in various sectors and they can't go there anymore because probably they saw them on one campaign trail and they should not be around again. We do that. That's why the system is going nowhere. We got serious issue. Now, you got developing, and you got underdeveloped countries. Most of the developed countries, when you go there, they say, but the place already developed. You don't expect development to be going on, right? Because it's already developed.
Of course.
But where massive development is ongoing, you be wondering. You using one road, they say, no, they road here, they refixing it, so everybody moving their way. You moving their player, they say they're building new houses, but a very developed country there. We would very underdeveloped or even not near developed. So now you pass through Broad Street, 10 years a load of scene. You will never see one lane sector moving from here to the other place. It's just a scene.
Yeah.
And the only thing that's changing that people's salary, that people money, that what people supposed to benefit, that the basic things that are changing. This is very bad.
Yeah.
And they see people take the money out of the country and carry somewhere else. We run people out of their businesses. Look at what's happening right now. Look at what's happening right now. Look at the issue about the Liberia traffic management situation. You have a Liberian man. Only because one or two people say the man was supporting CDC in the last election, so they were taking out of business. So they bring in a Lebanese firm that is going to control our traffic management system in the country and taking a Liberian man out of business because people in the mindset is that the last election, the man looked like he was supporting CDC, so he might not be around again. When we start making our own millionaires and billionaires in the country, we sell all blood into Nigerians, to Ghanaians. Liberian, 2-3 people could join to buy those all blocks and it will help to employ other people and give other people opportunity. Zero. You want to open a business, but because you are imported the last 2 years, you want to open a business, you got to be finding somebody different need to put it inside and day before you can succeed. Because as soon as they see it to business registry, they call it. They may not open business here on our watch. You got pack management system. I saw one release today, I think from the president office or somewhere. You got a pack management system, or Liberian. or whatever group is managing the parks all across the country that were put together by George Weah. You say you're terminating the main contract completely. Why? Because the CDC get a main contract.
Yeah.
So when that man goes, all the Liberians too that work for the men are making a little 150, 200, everybody out of job. Then they sit down, then you're watching in the morning. Then in the morning, by weekend, Friday, Saturday, then everybody stand to Seti Brother store or Jetty Brother store. Then the man say he giving 2 cups of red, 1 cup of red to Liberian. He helping the economy. How we treat ourselves like this? Because we hate one another. As soon as you come to power, you want everybody ever leave. Little over 5 million people treat each other the day. So as soon as people come to government, everybody running. People want to lead the country. People don't want to sit down there. Because even people like you who in the diaspora say you want to bring your money. Now that you say Ben Sanvee want open business, you're like, brother, man, scary. You can't bring him out there. Even if you are bringing an investor to the country, say the father that investor even linked to him. They will not, they will not even reach the legislature.
Yeah.
They will not even reach.
Well, you know what, Togar, everything you're saying here, you mentioned Ben
They will say
Sanvee
because
reminds me.
that Ben Sanvee, I beg you, and we will make Ben Sanvee. Liberian man can get there and say it's better that the foreigner eat the money than for the Liberian man to eat the money.
Yeah.
I was reading about some country just before I close on all of you. I was reading about some country that Uber failed. One of those countries, Uber failed there because Uber is a foreign US company, and the people support each other so well, so they were supporting their own people
Their own people that got the app, the same service that Uber provide, right?
The same service.
Yeah.
So Uber could not operate in those countries because the same service. I beg you try it in Liberia.
I beg
the
you.
Liberian will go to the foreign people company and they will lead their brother. Their brother will be selling the same shoe somewhere. And foreign man selling the shoe, the Liberian will go buy the foreign man's shoe, he will lead a Liberian brother on the shoe. That's how much we hate each other in the country. I ran in an election in my country, and the most aggressive group of people against me were the people that I went to school with.
Of course. Of course.
I sat down one time, I said, something got to be wrong with us.
Oh, okay.
The school I go to, in fact, the principal for the school say, I'm not even go speak to the student there. Jesus Christ. I'm the only person from the school contesting in the election. And the school say, I can't speak to the student, but they're picking up people from outside to go speak to the student there. What sort of country is this? We got serious problem. I don't know what is our problem, why we hate each other like this as a people, but it is terrible.
Mindset.
As soon as your friend come to government, the people you were just speaking to yesterday, as soon as they come to government, they can't talk to you again, they can't pick up your phone again, they're too busy now, they can't interact with you again.
Guys, I don't know if you guys want to kind of wrap this up, or we can watch the closing argument.
Mr. Gilman said he wants to join us.
Oh yeah, let Mr. Gilman come on.
Cause myself got to run. I got to go pick up my
and then they take all the businesses. Lastly, before Mr. Gilman come in, they see people in the government can run all the businesses. As soon as men come to government, then they see men take over football team. They see men take over all the consultancy. They see men are in the government run the transportation sector. They see men are... Mr. Gilman, man, come in, please. Thank you.
Mr. Gilman, welcome to the closing argument.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening. I bounced into the show and then I started following that when I trended. The greetings and congratulating all of you for the effort. You know, Chairman Ben Sanvee were on fire.
I know. That's how I said Ben was on fire today.
I mean, it's frustrating.
Ben was on fire. Yeah, you know, it's our country and the mindset of some of the people. Yeah. That's what we have. We got work on our hands.
Yeah.
I'm happy that you guys are continuing in the effort to be online every day, educating, informing, entertaining people, because people feel that if you have connection with anybody in the CDC or with George Weah, and he did not win the election, what are you still doing online? What are you still doing with the show? You know? But they don't know that what we do here is more than just talking. People rely on these networks for information.
True.
Yeah. You know, so Don't give up. Don't give up on it. Uh, if you don't have 2,000, 3,000 people watching you, be happy that you have one person.
True.
I tell people the show is for me and you.
Yes.
Now you there is for the 15,000 or the 2,000 or the one person that is watching. The people that will come after, that will see the video on YouTube, on Facebook, everywhere else that you share.
Mm-hmm.
Those people, because after the show, you will see that you have 2,600 views.
Right.
But then within 2 days, you want to 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, and the silent listeners, they come about. So, uh, I mean, I'm saying this because people have been talking to me. They meet me in places in gathering. Oh, my man, you still got the show going? Y'all lose the election. I said, but the show was not about the
The show
election.
was not about the election. Right.
Yeah, so I'm happy to be back with you guys. Togar, it's my first time. I think it's my first time meeting you on the platform.
Yes,
as
sure.
as well as Debbie. Yeah, it's great. It's great to be back with you guys, and of course, I've just come from work, and we're all planning to see Kamala deliver from the January 6th podium.
So yeah, she's gonna be giving her. She's gonna be giving her. She's gonna be giving her closing argument.
A
She's gonna
closing
be giving her
argument.
Closing
closing
argument tonight.
But something Mr. Gilman stated.
Oh, she's already speaking though.
You're already speaking, yeah.
Do we want to follow from here? Let's just follow from here. How about we do that? What you guys
Yeah.
think?
That were briefly.
Yeah, I mean,
All right. Yeah, let's see what she got to say. Maybe she might say the closing.
Freedom for every American, or ruled by chaos and division. Many of you watching have probably already cast your ballots.
Oh, wow.
But I know many others are still considering who to vote for, or whether you'll vote at all. So tonight, I will speak to everyone about the choice and the stakes in this election. Look, we know who Donald Trump is. He is the person who stood at this very spot nearly 4 years ago and sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol to overturn the will of the people in a free and fair election. An election that he knew he lost. Americans died as a result of that attack. 140 law enforcement officers were injured because of that attack. And while Donald Trump sat in the White House watching as the violence unfolded on television, he was told by his staff that the mob wanted to kill his own vice president. And Donald Trump responded with 2 words: so what?
Wow.
Yeah.
America, that's who Donald Trump is. And that's who is asking you to give him another 4 years in the Oval Office. Not to focus on your problems, but to focus on his. And Donald Trump has told us his priorities for a second term. He has an enemies list of people he intends to prosecute. He says that one of his highest priorities is to set free the violent extremists who insulted those law enforcement officers on January 6th. Donald Trump intends to use the United States military against American citizens who simply disagree with him. People he calls, quote, the enemy from within. America, this is not a candidate for president who is thinking about how to make your life better. This is someone who is unstable, obsessed with revenge, consumed with grievance, and out for unchecked power. Donald Trump has spent a decade trying to keep the American people divided and afraid of each other. That is who he is. But America, I am here tonight to say that is not who we are. That is not who we are. That is not who we are. You see, what Donald Trump has never understood is that e pluribus unum, out of many, one, isn't just a phrase on a dollar bill. It is a living truth about the heart of our nation. Our democracy doesn't require us to agree on everything. In fact, we like good arguments from time to time. Just think of your own family, right? It's not the American way to not have disagreements. We don't shy away from robust debate. In fact, we like a good debate, don't we? We like a good debate. And the fact that someone disagrees with us does not make them the enemy within. They are family, neighbors, classmates, co-workers. They are fellow Americans. And as Americans, we rise and fall together.
Wow.
America,
Wow.
for too long, we have been consumed with too much division, chaos, and mutual distrust. And it can be easy then to forget a simple truth. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. It is time to stop pointing fingers. We have to stop pointing fingers and start locking arms. It is time to turn the page on the drama and the conflict, the fear and division. It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
Whoa.
Whoa. 52,000 strong.
Ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States of America. Now look, let me say, I recognize this has not been a typical campaign. Even though I've had the honor of serving as your vice president for the last 4 years, I know that many of you are still getting to know who I am. Well, let me tell you, I am someone who has spent most of my career outside of Washington, D.C., so I know that not all the good ideas come from here. I am not afraid of tough fights against bad actors and powerful interests, because for decades, as a prosecutor and a top law enforcement officer of our biggest state, I won fights against big banks that ripped off homeowners, against for-profit colleges that scammed veterans and students, against predators who abused women and children, and cartels that trafficked in guns, drugs, and human beings. And I did this work because for as long as I can remember, I have always had an instinct to protect. There's something about people being treated unfairly or overlooked that frankly just gets to me. I don't like it. It's what my mother instilled in me, a drive to hold accountable those who use their wealth or power to take advantage of other people. The drive to protect hardworking Americans who aren't always seen or heard and deserve a voice. And I will tell you that is the kind of president I will be. And look, I'll be honest with you, I'm not perfect. I make mistakes, but here's what I promise you. I will always listen to you, even if you don't vote for me. I will always tell you the truth, even if it is difficult to hear. I will work every day to build consensus and reach compromise to get things done. And if you give me the chance to fight on your behalf, there is nothing in the world that will stand in my way. So look, in less than 90 days, either Donald Trump or I will be in the Oval Office. Okay? On day one, and on day one, if elected, Donald Trump would walk into that office with an enemies list. When elected, I will walk in with a to-do list. Full of what I will get done for the American people. And I will work with everyone, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, to help Americans who are working hard and still struggling to get ahead. I have been honored to serve as Joe Biden's vice president. But I will bring my own experiences and ideas to the Oval Office. My presidency will be different because the challenges we face are different. Our top priority as a nation 4 years ago was to end the pandemic and rescue the economy. Now, our biggest challenge is to lower costs that were rising even before the pandemic and that are still too high. I get it. I still remember our mother sitting at that yellow Formica table, late at night, cup of tea in hand, a pile of bills in front of her, trying to make it all work. And I've heard from so many of you who are facing even greater financial pressures. Donald Trump's answer to you is the same as it was the last time. Another $1 trillion in tax cuts for billionaires and big corporations. And this time, he will pay for it with a 20% national sales tax on everything you buy that is imported. Think about it. Clothes, food, toys, cell phones. A Trump sales tax that would cost the average family nearly $4,000 more a year. And on top of that, you will pay even more if Donald Trump finally gets his way and repeals the Affordable Care Act, which would throw millions of Americans off their health insurance and take us back to when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. Well, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. Because we also know Donald Trump would deliver tax cuts to his billionaire donors. I will deliver tax cuts to working people and the middle class. I will make sure you have a chance not just to get by, but to get ahead. Because I believe in honoring the dignity of work. I will enact the first ever federal ban on price gouging on groceries. Cap the price of insulin and limit out-of-pocket prescription costs for all Americans. I will fight to make sure that hardworking Americans can actually afford a place to live. I'll never forget how our mother saved up and how excited she was when she could finally afford to buy our first home. I remember how excited she was. And I know that owning a home is not only a measure of financial security, it's about the pride of your hard work. And as president, I will fight to help first-time home buyers with your down payment take on the companies that are jacking up rents, and build millions of new homes. For years, we have heard excuses about why America can't build enough housing. Enough with the excuses. I'm going to cut the red tape and work with the private sector and local governments
Private
to speed
sector.
up building and get it done. And the cost of housing isn't the only financial pressure on middle-class families. I have met so many young people who have a natural desire to parent their children well, but not always the resources to do it. So I'll fight for a child tax credit to save them some money, which will also lift American children out of poverty. I'll work to lower the cost of childcare, which is out of reach for too many working families today. And for too many people in the sandwich generation who are raising young children and taking care of a parent, juggling all of it is extremely difficult. You know, I took care of my mother when she got sick, cooking food that she had a taste for, finding clothes that would not irritate her skin, and understand, as I do, that caregiving is about dignity. It is about dignity. And currently, if you need home care and you don't have some money to hire someone, you and your family need to deplete your savings to qualify for help. That's just not right. So we're going to change the approach and allow Medicare to cover the cost of home care so seniors can get the help and care they need in their own homes. Now, Donald Trump has a different approach. He tried to cut Medicare and Social Security every year he was president. Look, I believe that when people have worked hard their entire life, they deserve to retire with the benefits they have earned. And I believe in the fundamental freedom of Americans to make decisions about their own bodies and not have their government tell them what to do. I will fight to restore what Donald Trump and his hand-selected Supreme Court justices took away from the women of America. That today, 1 in 3 women in America, think about it, 1 in 3 women in America lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban. Many with no exceptions even for rape and incest. The idea that a woman who survives a crime of a violation to her body should not have the authority to make a decision about what happens to her body next, that is immoral. That is immoral, and Trump's not done. He would ban abortion nationwide, restrict access to birth control and put IVF treatments at risk, and force states to monitor women's pregnancies. Just Google Project 2025 and read the plans for yourself. And look, I think we all know one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to simply agree the government should not be telling her what to do with her body. Not the government. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. And look, on another subject, politicians have got to stop treating immigration as an issue to scare up votes in an election. And instead treat it as the serious challenge that it is that we must finally come together to solve. I will work with Democrats and Republicans to sign into law the border security bill that Donald Trump killed. When I was Attorney General of a border state, I saw the chaos and violence caused by transnational criminal organizations that I took on. And when I am president, we will quickly remove those who arrive here unlawfully, prosecute the cartels, and give Border Patrol the support they so desperately need. At the same time, we must acknowledge we are a nation of immigrants. And I will work with Congress to pass immigration reform, including an earned path to citizenship for hardworking immigrants like farm workers and our dreamers. As Commander-in-Chief, I will make sure America has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. Donald Trump, on the other hand, has shown his contempt for our nation's heroes, calls them suckers and losers, called a 4-star Marine general a, quote, lowlife.
Wow.
I will always honor, never denigrate, the service and sacrifice of our troops and their families, and fulfill our sacred obligation to care for them. I will strengthen, not surrender, America's global leadership. And I will stand with our friends because I know that our alliances keep American people safe and make America stronger and more secure. Look, world leaders think that Donald Trump is an easy mark, easy to manipulate with flattery or favor. And you can believe that autocrats like Putin and Kim Jong-un are rooting for him in this election. I will always uphold our security, advance our national interest, and ensure that the United States of America remains, as we must forever be, a champion of liberty around the world. America, we know what Donald Trump has in mind. More chaos, more division,
Lofa, is Trump
and
doing his too?
policies
Is doing the
that
same
help those
argument?
at the very top
Is it
and
what?
hurt everyone else.
Is
I offer a different path,
Donald making his closing
and I
argument too?
ask
No, I
for
can't
your
find it.
vote. And here is my pledge to you. I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to make your life better. I am not looking to score political points.
Somebody
I am
said it, but I
looking
can't
to
find
make
it.
progress. I pledge to listen to experts, to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make, and to people who disagree with me. Unlike Donald Trump, I don't believe people who disagree with me are the enemy. He wants to put them in jail. I'll give them a seat at the table. I pledge to you to approach my work with the joy and optimism that comes from making a difference in people's lives. And I pledge to be a president for all Americans. And to always put country above party and self. I love our country with all my heart. And I believe in its promise because I've lived it. I grew up as a child of the Civil Rights Movement. My parents would take me to marches in a stroller, where crowds of people of all races, faiths, and walks of life came together to fight for the ideals of freedom and opportunity. I've lived the promise of America. I saw how hard our mother worked to give her daughters the same chances this country gave her. Growing up, I was blessed to have family by blood and family by love, who instilled in me the values of community, compassion, and faith that have always defined our nation at its best. I've lived the promise of America. I've spent my life fighting for the people who have been hurt and counted out, but never stopped believing that in our country, anything is possible. I've lived the promise of America, and I see the promise of America in all of you. In all of you. I see it. I see it in the young people who are voting for the first time, who are determined to live free from gun violence and to protect our planet and to shape the world they inherit. I see it in the women who refuse to accept a future without reproductive freedom, and the men who support them. I see it in Republicans who have never voted for a Democrat before, but have put the Constitution of the United States over party. I've seen it in Americans different in many respects, but united in our pursuit of freedom, our belief in fairness and decency, and our faith in a better future. America, I know the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. I know it. And that's why I am in this race, to fight for the people, just like I always have. Nearly 250 years ago, America was born when we wrested freedom from a petty tyrant. Across the generations, Americans have preserved that freedom, expanded it, and in so doing, proved to the world that a government of, by, and for the people is strong and can endure. And those who came before us, the patriots at Normandy and Selma, Seneca Falls and Stonewall, on farmlands and factory floors, they did not struggle, sacrifice, and lay down their lives only to see us cede our fundamental freedoms. They didn't do that only to see us submit to the will of another petty tyrant. These United States of America, we are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictators. The United States of America is the greatest idea humanity ever devised. A nation big enough to encompass all our dreams, strong enough to withstand any fracture or fissure between us, and fearless enough to imagine a future of possibilities. So America, let us reach for that future. Let us fight for this beautiful country we love. And in 7 days, we have the power, each of you has the power to turn the page and start writing the next chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. I thank you all. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank
Great speech, great speech.
Eh?
I said she gave a
That,
great speech.
that was from the White House.
I see. I'm watching on the wire. It's saying 75,000 people are out there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's like the biggest rally of this election. I think.
That is.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'm hearing people are asking me, Lofa play Trump. I can't find Trump. I'm trying to get it.
Oh,
I
is
can't
Trump
find it.
speaking to?
Trump,
That's how they're
Yeah.
claiming, but I can't find it.
yeah, Trump channel not here now.
Yeah, no, but we're not independent.
So give him a force say that.
Yeah,
We're not independent in the world.
Trump channel is not here now.
Yeah, man.
No, but guys, let's
You muted yourself, Lofa.
yeah. Let's get your reaction to this speech, though. Everything that was covered. Let's start, Ben. Let's start with the guest. Let's start with Mr. Gilman. What is your reaction to the speech, the message, her just the composure in the last minute deliverable? What do you make of it?
She was poised. She was very. She presented a speech as one that was very welcoming, that people can relate to. She spoke on the issues that matter most. We see that this election season is the most season that when you hear Americans say, "Vote like your life depends on it." This election season tells it all. A lot of things is on the line for this election, and she came across as a unifier when we have a divisor in the race. She was very appealing to independents, to Republicans, Democrats alike, because we have Democrats who don't support her, who, because of perhaps the war in Gaza, some of those progressive Democrats, they don't support that war. So she having problem in that area too. But she came across tonight to inform the world, to inform the American people that she will be a president for all. That she is not from Washington D.C. She's from the biggest state, the border state, and she listens to people, and she is the person that will listen and perhaps change her course of action. You know that she's not too big to listen or to adapt new ideas into her administration. So I think that was a closing argument that will go a long way to November 5th. And I want to be on the record before I pass it on to you all here. I want to be on the record tonight. The results for November 5th. People are saying that this race is tight, is tight, is tight, is tight. There are silent supporters. There will be silent voters that are in her corner that will not come out. There are people who are not polled in this race. But you saw that she just came up on board less than good 3 months, and Joe Biden was sinking under Donald Trump. See where she's at in the race. I believe she will win the majority vote. She will win between 286 to 306 electoral college. I want to be on record for that.
Wow.
Wow.
That's a bold prediction.
Ben,
I don't know if I share this same optimism. I want her to win, but I don't know about that. But anyway, listen. But I will give Mr. Gilman something though. I do believe there's a lot of silent voters. I do believe that a lot of them are not polled.
Right.
The challenge is I hope they're voting early, right? I hope they're going out there to go and vote early, because it's going to be a high turnout election, right? And so election day, people tend to get frustrated when they have these high turnout elections. So
and the lines are long.
And I think there are several key factors that we have to look at when you look at the different demographics that is supporting her. I think Trump made up, and if Trump wins this election, if this election is close, right? Mr. Gilman is predicting it's not going to be close, right?
No, right.
But if this election is close and Trump lose, I think what happened, was it yesterday at a rally in MSG?
MSG, yeah.
Was it yesterday that rally, right? I think what happened there in turning over, because I have been following the wires, and I see there is a surge of Puerto Rican and Latino voters who have gotten fired up since all this thing that happened at the Madison Square Garden with them calling Puerto Rico an island of garbage,
right?
Like that. I'm a prolific, and many people don't know that I'm a prolific I'm on Twitter. I follow a lot of the trends when it comes to Twitter with American politics, and there is a huge pooch. You got to understand some of these battleground states. Pennsylvania, which is a must-win for either of them.
Yeah.
If none of them are going to win the presidency, anyone that wins Pennsylvania more than likely is the president-elect of the United States, right? Pennsylvania has 500,000 Latino voters. 500,000. That is not a group of people you want to piss off 7 days before election. Georgia, which has turned into a battleground state where my good friend Robert Garguah is, right?
Yeah.
Has, I think, 250,000 Latino votes. North Carolina, where I am, another battleground state, has another 200,000+ Latino votes. I think Arizona, that's another, you're talking. So we're talking about a good chunk. If those people, because from what I'm hearing, all of their major celebrities, all of their major social activists, if those people activate their people, which I see them doing, it's almost like they're sending a message that, okay, and we're garbage. November 4th or November 5th, we're going to be picking up the garbage anyway. So I think, but to her message, I think her message was pointed. A couple of things that I love and I like that she picked up, and I'm a huge fan of some of the things she said when she talked about the fact that Donald Trump sees folks who disagree with him as enemies. As people who I will give them a seat at the table. I think our politicians in Liberia can take a cue from that. I think Kamala Harris, and I will end on this note for Johnny and Robert to come in. Mm-hmm. Kamala Harris is a testament. She is a walking, breathing testament to the magnanimity of the politics of diversity. When you look at what Joe Biden did, Kamala Harris single-handedly was the only person in the Democratic Party, in the Democratic primary, when Joe Biden and her were running. She almost torpedoed his presidential campaign with that debate performance when she talked about busing. Yeah. And she talked about going, and she went after him. She literally went after his neck, because if you follow Kamala Harris, you will see her politics is California, rugged San Francisco politics, right? Where you go for the top, you don't aim for the bottom, right?
The jugular.
She went for the jugular, right?
Right.
She went for him, and it almost torpedoed his candidacy. It had to take James Clyburn in South Carolina and some other folks in South Carolina to kind of save him, but it's a testament to Joe Biden's wisdom and vision that he ended up picking the woman who was his most fierce critic, who almost torpedoed his candidacy. He did not see an adversary. He saw someone who had strength. He saw someone who could stand up to him and say, hey, even if you're my vice president, I can stand up and say, hey, listen, this thing is not right. We can do that. So I think she's an epitome of diversity. And so for her to say that I will give those who disagree with me a seat at the table, I think that's a strong point, and I think she scored a lot on that. But I think this is going to be an interesting election. She has a lot of history riding on her. I think the Obamas and just to end, I mean, Michelle Obama, man, I don't know if y'all saw her last week. I'm telling you, I don't know why Michelle Obama has not ran for public office, but I'm telling you, Michelle Obama made the case for Kamala Harris, then I don't think anybody has been able to make the case for Kamala Harris, especially dealing directly with black men.
Right.
So Ben, let me before I bring in Johnny here, your prediction. Mr. Gilman started the whole prediction. So now I got to bring you in with what's your prediction?
What's your prediction?
My prediction, I think she will pull it off. And the reason I think she will pull it off is because I think history is on her side. I think there's going to be a high voter turnout. There's no, listen, they're already record-breaking early votes.
Absolutely.
That's how you know this is going to be a high voter turnout election. And when people vote, it's good for the Democrats, right? When there's a high voter turnout, especially when that's what the Republicans have been fighting to suppress voting, the votes.
Early voting.
Yeah, to suppress the early voting in most of the. My wife was telling me that she went to vote the other day, and there's something on the ballot in North Carolina, right?
Right.
That at the end of the ballot, they have something on the ballot in North Carolina that say you can only vote if you are a U.S. citizen, and the goal is to kind of disenfranchise people who are naturalized and people who are, and so they've been having this massive education here in North Carolina saying vote against it, because if it passed, it means that only people who, I don't know how they intend to define it, but when you see the Republicans going all out trying to
speaking of birth, like that birth citizen,
birth citizen,
yeah.
If you see them going all out trying to play those little tricks, they are worried. So I think she will pull it off. I think this is a high voter turnout. I think she has the win in her back right now. She's raised more than $1 billion.
More than $1 billion, yeah.
More than $1 billion, shattering all records across the board. 75,000 people showing up in Washington, D.C. is no small feat.
No.
I think she will pull it off, but I don't share the belief with Mr. Gilman that it's going to be a blowout.
Your number.
I think she gets around 200. I think she would get around 280 plus electoral votes. I think she will win the popular vote massively. But I think the difference is going to be Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Michigan. I think Michigan and Pennsylvania will be able
I think she's gonna sweep all 7 battleground states.
Wow.
All right. I want to bring in Johnny. Let's hear from you on this one here. On this note,
I followed
I want you to jump on this note here. This is something I caught from here. She said, I'm coming to the house she said Trump is coming to the house with an enemy list.
A to-do list.
I'm coming with a to-do list.
To-do list, correct.
What message is she really sending across with the closing argument that she's making? I'm coming with a to-do list. Trump is coming with an enemy list.
Coming with a to-do list means she's coming with a plan to work for the American people to ensure that the problems they are faced with currently, she's coming to work with them to address those problems and ensure that the price of goods and grocery, everything will begin to reduce as a priority and to ensure border security. So all the major concerns that Americans have right now is her to-do list. So that tells you that, that tells you that she's coming with a plan to work. Like I heard Obama speaking, he said, Trump coming with a concept of a plan. But instead Kamala is coming with a to-do list. That means she already has a plan. She knows what she wants to do. She's coming with an agenda. But let me say this. Personally, as I look at her presenting her closing argument, she knows that the race is a real uphill battle she has. From the way I see her countenance, her presentation, she knows she's challenged. The election is a challenge for her because if Trump was such a bad guy that is not wanted by Americans, the point at which they are would not have been at this level. Even though, personally for me, I would really love and wish that she win this election. But looking at the situation is a challenge. So from her presentation, it tells you that she's not like 100% sure, but she's presenting her case and hoping that all of you guys that are there for Liberia that have voted will go and vote for her. And I hope Ben has already done his vote. And Robert has done his. Oh, you can't vote, Ben? Okay. All of you who have voting right, she's hoping that you can go and cast your vote. But I think Kamala looks like she's worried. She's very concerned. And she feels she's challenged. Because this Trump man has made also his mark. Let's be fair with the argument. I mean, Trump has been making serious mark. I've been following the election when I was there, and since I came back, I've been following it. Trump is making mark because there are issues that Americans are discussing that the timing for Kamala to come in to be able to justify or explain better is short for us. The issue of doing Trump regime, they had a better economy, right? And the argument that the Kamala Harris is
But and
bringing
that
is
and
that
Debbie,
wait for me small. Let me get,
for
no, the argument that Kamala
the better economy was handed to him
and
by Obama.
yeah, fine. That's the point,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
But the thing is, they do not have the time to convince the majority of people to understand that the good economy you had came as a result of the work that Obama did. So that's a challenge I see with them. But I mean, clearly speaking, the election is a challenge. And from the way I saw her speaking, she knows that she's challenged. She's very high competition, and we hope she can win. I personally will hope that. I mean, the Americans will prefer her as the next president. Let's see what she can do, and I'm hoping that she can do better for America.
Thank you, Johnny. Let's bring in Garguah. Garguah,
Battleground state of Georgia.
I don't know if you followed the entire speech, but you listened to the closing argument. Kamala Harris,
And by the way, that's the reason we're doing this anyway.
right?
Right.
So, and she made the case. She closed the argument with what you heard. What do you make of it? What did you get from the deliberation, and what would be your prediction?
Well, first and foremost, I think that the Latino population in the state has double what it was in 2020. I think there was an estimated of 1.1 million eligible Latino votes in the state of Georgia. Now they've been the Democratic Party has been battling the GOP, especially in South Fulton when it comes to registration, because a lot of the folks are afraid to come forward because they have families to protect. But like Ben rightly said, I think they've been able to get roughly about 250. It's a little over what it was 4 years ago when Biden won the state. I was looking at the numbers just before I got on, and right now, yesterday was 48-48 deadlock. Today, she's ahead by 1 point. So the Republicans are very, very scared, which is why Trump was here yesterday. Trump was here yesterday, and he had two rallies in South Fulton yesterday, because South Fulton is technically predominantly black votes. The Atlanta area, the Gwinnett area, the Powder Spring area. I mean, these are areas that had traditionally gone to Republican, right? Even the governor of the state is worried. These guys, Georgia is gradually becoming a battleground state. And Democrats have invested. I think Kamala invested a lot in this state. Obama has some connection, the city mayor, and so it looks as if if the vote, if she does not get the push over from South Fulton, the Latino vote, that 240, 250 will certainly make a difference. And I can tell you this, they don't like a lot of what they hear when with the way how Trump speaks to them. A lot of these folks are immigrants. Many were born here. They don't like his tone. They don't like his how he belittles them. And I'm sure that Georgia, I think Georgia's going to go blue. That's my prediction. Now, if you listen to her,
or stay blue, because Biden won it.
Yeah,
stay
Biden
blue.
won, exactly. Yeah, I think Georgia will definitely stay blue. That's the expectation, but it's very, very, very tight.
Yeah.
What is most encouraging, though, guys, is that in South Fulton, the early vote report in South Fulton has increased by 749,000.
Wow.
And so, in a tight election where every vote counts, Democrats are hoping that is an advantage to Kamala Harris, because you're talking about South Fulton, as opposed to where the Republicans are supposed to win. Last year they had an early vote of about 41%. This year it's about 25%. So they are worried. They're still hoping that absentee ballots have not been counted yet and has not been turning yet. So there's a lot of things going on with that. A buddy of mine actually worked with the Democratic Party in the state of Georgia, and so I've been talking to him a lot. But there's this hope that Kamala Harris will keep the state of Georgia blue. And if that happens, that's going to be a threat to Donald Trump. Overall, man, I think it's a tight election, but I think Kamala Harris wins this election. That's my prediction. Now, I would not predict that it's gonna be a walk in the park like Gilman, right? I won't predict that.
Gentlemen, if you can come closer to my number, you got to buy me beer that night.
I know, right?
but Gilman, here's the reason why. Here's the reason why. And the truth of the matter is, when you listen to people like Dr. Phil, remember, Dr. Phil has always been this middle kind of guy. Dr. Phil people don't understand. Dr. Phil is not a Republican. But what Dr. Phil and a lot of other people don't like is when Democrats attempt to frown on their successes. When the people talk about paying these taxes, and not giving tax breaks to wealthy people, and a lot of folks in Georgia, including black people, they said, you know what, I don't like Trump, but I work hard for my money, right? I have all these businesses here that I'm hiring a lot of people. I need some tax breaks. So what the party have been doing over the past few weeks is trying to clarify what it means. They're not talking about people who are making $500,000-$600,000 a year. They're talking about actual billionaires.
And millionaires.
Yeah.
Billions. Well, it depends how much money you.
How much millions? Yeah.
Yeah. If I was making $3.5 million as a small business owner, I would get a tax break. They're talking about people who are multi-millionaire, like $20, $50 million. You know what I'm saying? So people have been clarifying, as a small business owner who has worked hard, yes, you got $2.23 million in the bank. They're not taking your money from you. They're talking about people who already have it all, like the Bill Gates. And these guys are still getting tax breaks. No, those money will go to folks like you and I who need the money and our families. But I like a lot of things she's talked about, a tax credit for families, $600 a year, $6,000. I like the whole debt relief kind of thing. So I think these messages are resonating, and I think she's targeting the Bernie Sanders group, because a lot of the young people, too, need some motivation to go out there and vote. So the strategy is good, but I think this election will be extremely, extremely close. But I predict that she wins come November.
Next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, yeah. Next Tuesday, definitely.
And I want us to close on this note. Folks are talking about the timing with her, involvement with this whole campaign thing. When Biden decided to step away and then she came in, would this play a major role if, and only if, the tide turn as compared to what Mr. Gilman is projecting here to say it will be a massive defeat for Trump? What would be that determining factor if, and only if, it is to be stated that she may end up being defeated? What would be that determining factor?
People just didn't vote.
People didn't vote, one, and then the polls were wrong.
Yeah. I mean, which is highly likely the polls can be wrong. So
the polls were wrong. But the reason I'm saying that she's gonna win with a landslide is because if she wins a narrow margin like 270, 272, Donald Trump and the MAGA will not accept it. They're gonna fight, but a massive defeat, it's gonna be like, man, you can't make any argument. And that's what the American people are looking at themselves. We got to beat this guy, beat him massively, that he doesn't come back. All right, Johnny laughing.
Johnny laugh.
I think Ben raised a good point, though. Gilman, just one second. I think Ben raised a good point. You can beat him massively, right? I mean, well, I won't say massively. You can beat him, but remember now, the popular vote is different from the electoral
college vote.
Electoral college, right?
Hillary Clinton won popular vote. She did not win electoral college.
Millions and millions of votes, and she did not win.
So Lofa, I know. Look at that. So Lofa, you asked the question with regards to the timing, and that's the point I brought, because I mean, I don't live in America, but a lot of people have been interacting with. They speak about the economy being good and all kind of things, and which is true. Trump time he had better economy, they had low unemployment. But the fact is that the good economy he had was already had a foundation from Obama's regime.
Right.
But now, what I'm talking about is because Kamala also admitted that she's not known much in the U.S. She admitted that many people don't know her yet, right? So the timing, all of that. So the time her team needed to make her narrative, to make the narrative better, that look, the good economy you had doing Trump, like you're talking about, was not because of Trump's own idea. It was something that we already built as a Democrat under the regime of Obama, and Trump took over that. So if she didn't have the time to do that, and that still remains in the mind of most Americans, that may be the reason why she may lose the election. But other than that, she has a very good argument, very good policy she bringing out that will even help global community. Globally, it will help the community global. Because look, the U.S. economy affects all country economy. The economy of California is equal to the economy of France. You can imagine that, right? So the economy of America affects all of us. So once America does better, the rest of the world will do better. So, but that's my point. The timing she came in and to begin to change the narrative in her favor, as opposed to what most people believe that Trump had better economy, that may be the challenge that may be the cause if she does lose the election.
All right, Ben, if you want to chime in, if not, let's go ahead.
Yeah, I think.
Another thing that they are not, the Democrats are not stressing or emphasizing when I hear them talk about Kamala Harris wants electronic vehicle. All right, and that's a big thing. Even in my state here, this is the Motor City. And the guy running to be senator is running heavily on it. Donald Trump is running heavily on it that she wants electronic vehicle and all of that. But the man with the biggest wallet, you guys spoke about here earlier, Elon Musk. Elon Musk invested over $50 billion in China for electronic vehicles that are being brought back to the United States, and they're not talking about it. You know? Yeah. You talking against electronic EVs, electronic vehicles, but
right.
your biggest financier who's even offering $1 million at each rally is the one that producing the most EVs.
Mm-hmm.
And the Democrats are not talking about it.
No, I agree with you. I think there's a lot of hypocrisy, and it goes across the board.
Right.
But I think in the end, what would be if she does lose? Couple of factors. One, if this narrative with Black men hold, that a good percentage of Black men are voting for Trump. If that hold, that could be a factor, because you definitely, which I don't believe that. I think there is a fringe group.
You don't want to believe it. What does that? You don't want to believe it.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying now. But I think there's a fringe group of Black men who, maybe may think. But I think she will overwhelmingly win the Black vote. I think she making the case. She has enough Black surrogates. She has Barack Obama. She has Michelle Obama. She have a lot of the Black churches, the Black leaders. They all are making the case for her. So let's watch and see. But I think in the end, it will come down to turnout. It will come down to turnout, because the MAGA folks will turn out to vote. They will vote. They will wait in line for 5, 6, 7 hours, because it is more of a cult situation that they have going on with Donald Trump. They will turn out to vote. But if she is not able, the primary reason why I believe if she loses, if she's not able to turn and activate her strong voting base, if the Latinos don't come out the way they should come out, if the minorities don't come out the way they should come out, and then most importantly, if suburban women do break, because that's what killed Hillary the last time. Suburban women ended up voting for Trump in a significant percentage, not a majority, but a significant chunk of suburban women ended up voting for Trump, and that's what tipped the election to Donald Trump against Hillary. It happened in Pennsylvania, it happened in Michigan, it happened in North Carolina. Most of these states, once Pennsylvania was gone, once Michigan was gone,
that was it. Yeah,
that was it. So those are the trends that we're going to be looking at on Tuesday. when you start to see those numbers, if it's too close, I think it used to be originally in the past, it used to be Ohio, right?
Yeah.
Ohio used to be the deciding.
The
The deciding ground.
Yeah.
Remember the battleground where where does Ohio go? Where the White House go? This year, I think it's Pennsylvania, is Michigan,
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin is another one. Georgia, then North Carolina.
North Carolina.
She can afford to lose North Carolina. I think she can afford to lose
Georgia, yeah.
But she cannot lose Michigan. She cannot lose
Pennsylvania.
And Wisconsin, yes, it's another story, but she has to be able to put up a fight. That's the blue wall right there. If that blue wall falls, we're gonna be having a long night. Yeah. But I think fascinating. I think she's ready. I think, like I said, a more than $1 billion raise. I mean, she's breaking all kinds of record.
And she has a good chunk of Republicans behind her.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other thing. Yeah.
She has a good chunk of I mean, they are leaders. They are leaders.
Yeah.
They are leaders, not just ordinary people. They are leaders that they respect and all of that. So
and that's why I was going to have us to close on that note, on that part of the entire process, because a lot of Republican leaders, and not just ordinary Republicans, though,
right,
these are permanent members of the Republican Party who are now endorsing the candidacy of the Kamala, and they are actually making the case. They're not just simply endorsing her, but they are actually making the case as to why it is important.
And even with that, Lofa, I would say one of the reasons why I have not put a lot of stock on that is because it's almost like Trump did a hostile takeover of the People's Party. Right? He literally came in. I mean, can you imagine Liz Cheney losing a primary by almost 40 points?
Yeah.
In Wyoming, of all states.
In Wyoming, yeah.
So Trump came and did a hostile takeover. He literally had the People Party in a chokehold. So I think a lot of these Republican leaders that you see voting for Kamala, they're doing it out of selfishness, right? They're doing it out of selfishness because they're hoping that with once Trump loses this election, they are hoping that he will release
his grip on the party.
His grip on the party will release a little bit. I still think he will be a factor. I still think he will have a strong force in the party, but I don't think it will be as dominant.
Do you think, fellas, if Trump loses, do you think he's gonna go to jail?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so.
So Lofa, you see, that's why I said initially that Trump is a strong figure in this election, because with all the Republican, top guys, abandoning him and going to Kamala, you see the numbers he keep pouring when it comes to the polls. And I mean, let's be sincere, Trump is still showing to be a force to reckon with.
But he has never entered 50%.
Yeah, I agree, but
Johnny,
but
do you understand that there are more than over? You know how many million KKK folks in this country? You know, he speaks to them, man.
He speaks their language.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in this country that would rather not, that had not voted for normally Republicans because they've always been conservative. They will not vote for John McCain, for instance. They will not vote for a certain Republican. But Trump has been successfully able to speak to them. He has motivated them. So
and Robert, not necessarily just speak to them. He has brought their issues that they talk about.
Yep.
To the forefront.
Yeah.
He has used his bully pulpit. And I said this the other day to somebody, and the person cringed. The person stopped. I said, listen, whether you like Trump or you agree with him a lot, he brought kitchen table talk to mainstream. He brought kitchen table talk to mainstream. There are many people in this country, whether black, white, Latinos, I mean, whoever, some of the things that they talk about on their kitchen table is what Trump, and they like his unfilteredness. They like the fact that he comes across as being authentic. Half of the things he says sometimes are crazy, but at the end of the day, that's what they like about him. They like about him that they like what they like about him. He is
like what the general reported about his Hitler comments, right? If it were anybody else, they'll be out of the race.
Of course. But Trump has broken every conventional norm.
It doesn't apply to him.
It doesn't apply to him.
Yeah.
Trump has broken everything conventional when it comes to presidential candidates in this country. Everything, nothing. All of the norms, he has shattered them. He has not released his taxes. I mean, I remember when in this country where if you don't release your tax and you're running for president, you can lose an election. You can lose a primary.
It helped records.
Everything. I mean,
Everything.
pray God tell me the man is a convicted felon. He has 30-something convictions, and he possibly may be elected on Tuesday. Just think about that. That's how. And I say he's one of those candidates who come in and shatter, and he has just been a disruptor of the entire system, and that's some of his appeal. That's some of his appeal. But we'll wait to see what happens on Tuesday. I think we have a chance. And that's a good point. This reproductive thing, that's another thing that Kamala has going for her.
Yeah.
And women will turn out heavily for her because that is something that cuts across party line, Mr. Gilman.
Absolutely.
Both Republican women and Democratic women don't want government telling them what to do with their bodies. And she has been the champion for that. So if they come out and vote the way they can vote, I'm telling you.
But another thing again is early voting.
Yeah.
The Democrats have always encouraged early voting.
Yeah.
And when you look at the numbers, like in my state here, Michigan, over 2 million people have already voted. The gentleman trending here, Joe Nils Bingba, is from right here, Detroit. Bingba, I read your comment. When we come on GST, we're talking again. We're coming on tonight. Okay. Right after the show, we're coming on tonight. Yeah. All right. The early voting across the country, like earlier today, I saw on CNN, I think it was Arizona or Nevada, early voting there. They said 52% voted Democrats and 48% Republican.
Well, that's the other thing. Republicans have, as this election cycle, Republicans have encouraged early voting. They made a mistake. They knew that's what killed them in the last election.
Right.
They made a mistake in the last election. In fact, they were discouraging early voting. They had all these conspiracy theories about people voting early. There was all this cheating going on.
Yeah.
But I think this election cycle, they have invested heavily in early voting. And so you might see some closeness in the numbers there when it comes to the issue of early voting.
Right.
Guys, due to time constraints, let us wrap this up. Let's close the argument. But in our closing argument, let us incorporate a little bit of Liberian politics. Right. Let's close it up. Let's do that comparative analysis. You listen to the closing argument tonight from Kamala. You've listened and followed all of the election rhetorics from here. Like, let's compare what we have to deal with in the mother's land. What would be different had it been Liberia? I saw tonight just for case study, young people out there, they're literally jubilating, they're celebrating. And when
that was Philadelphia?
No, that was DC.
No, that was DC. That was DC.
I saw a video with the 12th graders in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. They let them out to go vote early because I think it's the last day to vote in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania.
I was. Yeah. Matter of fact, I was driving the other day. I saw a group of young people.
Well, Saturday is the last day for early vote here in North Carolina. So,
and these young people were out there. Yeah. You know what's funny though? The reason why it caught my attention. There were two group of young people standing right next to each other. The other group were on the side, Trump supporter, and the other group were Kamala supporter. But they were actually talking to people. As you walked in the store, the gas station, they will come and approach you. So I was like, I spoke to both parties. I'm like, okay, I want to know what is in this. Like, what is it? And you know what both sides said to me? Our future.
Yeah.
Our future. It's not like they were fighting each other. It
right.
seemed like they knew each other from high school, and they just came out, but with different decision of views. So I want us to close on this and just close our argument.
Let me do mine. I'll go first.
Go ahead, Ben.
I think when you talk about Liberia, look, we also have to be cognizant of the fact that
Mhm.
America is 248 years into this experiment.
Mhm.
We literally are just what our new political dispensation is literally just about 20 something years old, right? We've had other elections in our country in 1985, 1997 and stuff like that, but we kind of count this new dispensation from 2005, right? Where from the first election with Ellen and stuff like that, not to discount what happened in 97. I think 97 was a mass-based vote. I think Taylor won that election. Whatever way you feel about him, I mean, he holds the record today
Yeah.
for any president winning election in the way he did. But the reason I say that is because with this new dispensation, but I think what the message you talk about the issue of young people, and that's where I think, and this is where I'm a little biased, right, when it comes to our political, when it comes to the issue of our political landscape, and that's where I often say that I place my bet on the CDC, right? Because I believe the CDC represents the party of the future. The CDC has the vote. The CDC voting base is the voters for the next 5 to 6 elections. I was there. I saw those young people. I saw those first-time voters, right? What I think needs to happen at this point in time is some tightening of the screws, is making it more about their issues rather than a particular candidate, right? Okay. And I think President George Weah has a lot of role to play in this because a lot of them were attracted to him. So the jury is still out there on whether, let's say tomorrow he decides that, you know what, I don't want to participate in politics, right? Are those young people still going to be, will the state be interested? Will the state be interested in election? I think that's where a lot of civic education comes in. I think where our people need to understand that when you're voting for, and don't get me wrong, candidates play a major role. You saw the day Joe Biden dropped off and he was Kamala, you saw the fundraising numbers spiked because they got excited about her. Yeah. They thought about history. So you can't take away who the candidate is. I say, and that's what someone like George Weah represents, right? He inspired a lot of hope. He inspired a lot of, and you can have a debate on his delivery, on his politics, on what he did as president, but he still inspired a lot of hope. And I told somebody the other day, look at the conversation that's happening in Liberia today. I saw a new song that popped up yesterday on the internet, right? Where they say something about draw bucket. Right? Who are they talking about?
My man, please highlight Ruth Roberts comment. I beg you.
Okay, I'll do that for you.
Sylvester Stallone and
yeah. So I do want to say this, right? We have and you know, one of the things I always tell people, Lofa, is that my argument, one of the fundamental arguments that I used to have about re-electing George Weah had to do with the fact that, listen, I always stated, and I said it over and over, you have to get him out of this country system. He's one of those candidates, he's one of those politicians or those figures that he's not normal. His support base is abnormal. It's not one that you can explain. It's not one that you can. I mean, there's a man who was not even in the country for his birthday, and thousands of people showed up at his party headquarters to celebrate his birthday. Yeah. Right? So there's several figures that come along, and you don't explain their affinity and their connection to their base. So when I was saying, I said, listen, for future generations' sake, for future leaders' sake, right? Get him out of the country system. What you do is you kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You get him to do his second term. Joe Biden will have obviously retired 2029. He may not be running for president. You get a chance to hit the reset button with a new group of leaders, and you go in there and you start the conversation about starting new with a new slate of candidates. But now what you've done, you aborted his presidency, right? And you may have to deal with him in 2029. And I keep saying this to all the potential people who want to run for president. All the potential people who want to run for president, you have to deal with George Weah. There's no way around it. There is no way. I don't know. I'm waiting for somebody to show me a math for a candidate who will emerge from the opposition side and do well if George Weah decides that he's going to run for president. That is not going to happen, right? If he doesn't, whoever he said he wants to support, that person immediately get a shot in the arm. So to end on this is, I will say this: when it comes to what we see in America and what we see when it comes to Liberia, you see the most dysfunctional establishment going into our future politically is going to be the ruling establishment today, because you already see the constant jostling for power. It's playing out right now in the House of Representatives. It's playing out in the government. The next thing you will start seeing, ministers will start fighting ministers. Don't get surprised when some people start losing, when you see people getting lost in Liberia. Or the person, there's going to be a lot of back and forth going on. And I think at the end of the day, I will say this: if we find a niche, let's stick to that niche. Let's encourage young people to get involved in the process. Let them hold their leaders accountable. Let them get excited about politics, and let them see politics from the lens of, hey, this is about us. All power is inherent in us, and we can make the determination of what we want to see happen in the country. It's going to be an exciting next couple of years in Liberia and moving forward. And like so I said, I have placed my bet on the CDC base because I saw their passion. I know their passion. I see what they stand for. And those young people, whether you agree with them or you don't agree with them, they have a huge affinity, and they will determine the next couple of elections in Liberia, whether you like it or not.
All right. So I'm going to just for the sake of being courteous, again, hospitality, I'll let Mr. Gilman go next, and then we'll go Johnny, then Robert. Mr. Gilman.
Thank you very much. I would like to speak on the issue of that is prevailing at the Capitol in Monrovia, the legislature.
Okay.
The coup attempt by members of call themselves the majority bloc, about 43 persons, wanting to unseat or overthrow Speaker J. Funati Kofa. I don't know, some of you probably followed me, and the last couple months I was very hard on the speaker. And I tell people, and I like to state it here for the record too, that the 99 problems that I have with Speaker Kofa, removing him by force or to overthrow him was never one of them, is not one of them. So that is why we support him this time around, and we are against the forced takeover that they want to do. The reason is very simple. Okay, we are just discussing the American democracy and elections here.
Right.
All right.
Right.
Our lawmakers, they make the laws. All right, and they should be the one that know exactly. Besides the judiciary branch, the Supreme Court or what have you, they should know exactly the intent of that law. If at all they don't know, they should read it. Laws that were made or created, some of us were not there, but we tend to read to understand, or we go to seek legal counsel from people who understand the law. You need 37 as per a simple majority to have quorum. You need 37 out of 73 to remove an elected officer of the House of Representatives, that is Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, those clerks, and what have you. You need 49 signatures. All right, to remove an elected person, you need 49. Here we are. People are allegedly being bribed with $15,000 cash up front, and when the deal is done, you get balance 10,000. All right. We reported the other day that in fact they have paid them off the whole 25,000 and energizing them to go ahead to do it. And if they get it done, they'll give them additional 25,000. And to get 7 persons from the Kofa side, they are offering them $50,000 each from the Kofa side. Okay, 100,000, sorry. each from the Kofa side. If you can get 7% from the Kofa side, each of them will get $100,000, United States dollars. Right before our foreign partners, or people who help to strengthen our democracy, who help to develop our country, to come in to aid our works and what have you, we see the distribution of tax dollars among people. All right. And they don't want to follow. There are simple rules that is set up for themselves. They don't want to be governed by those rules. The speaker have filed with the Supreme Court a writ of prohibition. They've gone against it and stating that the Supreme Court, the justice in chamber, basically is interfering and they are attempting to impeach him. Who interprets the law? The legislature makes the law. The judiciary interprets the law. The executive execute.
Executes.
Okay? So if we have a misunderstanding of the law, is it because we made the laws so we are laws unto ourselves? We can break the law and nothing happens? You know, our democracy have matured a little bit, but I think a lot more needs to be done. And we are getting reports that citizens across the country from various districts where those 42, 43 lawmakers are from uh, are gearing up to go at RLJ and blockade the place or go to the Capitol building and protest heavily against them. And people are beginning to be very conscientized, and signatures are being gathered to recall some of those people. Perhaps if we can do that against 1, 2 lawmakers, have them recall, then something will happen. Then people will understand that you can't just do these things because it happened to Edwin Snow, it happened to Tyler, so it can happen to Funati Kofa. And those people, Snow, Tyler, they did not resign. They did not get kicked out by 49 votes. They were pressured to resign with the same money being used as the influencer. So we we speak highly against this, and the 2 lawmakers from Grand Judah County, where I'm from, that are part of this, with pile of pressure behind them. That's Marie Johnson and Jeremiah Gausokan, for taking bribes instead of doing the people work and doing the right thing. They decided to take bribes to enrich themselves and plunge our country in chaos. We are coming after them. So I hope this be a learning curve for all of us here, and let's move our country forward. Thank you, gentlemen. And lastly, GSG will be coming on immediately following this podcast between 9:30, 10 o'clock. We'll be on tonight, and so please, hopefully, you're gonna join us. Thank you.
I like when I come on the show, you just expose me. Lofa Julius is here. I didn't make a comment. You just I'm like, I'm gonna just get out of here before everybody start getting on me. But anyway, Johnny, let's hear from you. Close the argument. The comparative analysis of right.
Yes. So my closing argument will also go back to historical background, Liberia and the US. Sometimes I wonder why Liberia is not the US in Africa. Looking at our historical relationship from the onset of our modern state, Liberian state. And that is where I believe all the issues we have started from. Because those who formed the state saw the very foundation of the US it came from, decided to make laws or establish a system that was almost that, they didn't take all the actual team from the US. They took those that satisfied them as you at the time to develop it as our foundation for the building of Liberia. And that's one of the problems we have. So today we have election where now we are enjoying the democracy of America. See how hectic, how challenging the election is this year between the Democrats and the Republicans, where they had a sitting president upon his first engagement into a debate. I mean, that debate, I myself, to be frank with you, I followed that debate. I was just laughing all night at the old man because Trump was making him around the old man. And I went back to work. My colleagues were saying, "But man, the way we say," I said, "Oh man, if Biden stays, Trump will win election landslide." I said, Biden has to lead. The Democrats have to take an action to move Biden from there. If Biden stays there, he will keep committing fundamental errors that will make Trump to just talk things loosely, and the population will follow Trump. Fortunately for us, Kamala came on. And you see how, upon her takeover from Joe Biden, the public begin to look at her as a new face into this election, even though Trump was already in the lead. But let me say something. The young people of Liberia, that in my mind constitutes like 70% of the electorates. I'm hoping, seriously hoping that they take time to follow what's happening in the US with the kind of practice the tradition of the American election. See how the candidates are discussing the issues, and then listen to the electors that are being interviewed on the various media outlets, how they are responding to the issues that are being discussed. People are voting based on the issues that candidates are discussing and how it affects them in their region or in their county or their state. For us in Liberia, we are not voting based on the issues that are being discussed or voting based on our condition. We are voting Liberia based on who we like, or this person is my only person, forgetting about their condition that need to be improved. And then we vote in Liberia, we put people in office with the assumption that it is their time to come and benefit from the national cake, enjoy themselves, and give them small thing on the side and make them their own bodyguard behind them to get small thing to eat. So the population need to learn from these things. And like one time I was talking with some young people during my program. They were asking me for a copy of some laws. And I asked everyone, let me see your phone. The whole group of young people I was dealing with in our workshop, they all have smartphones. So I asked them, why are you asking for a hard copy of the law when that smartphone has all the brain law into it? You're moving with a solution, but you don't know you have a solution to your ignorance. So, we need to try as Liberians to learn from America. Look, the 2 times I have been to the US, I'm not there because I'm enjoying the glory of the US. Every time I get out from bed, I'm walking around, see what's happening. I'm wondering, why is Liberia not like this? Look, you guys, my first time going to Europe, I went to school in Utrecht in Netherlands. So my first day traveling, I had a lot of difficulty going to the airport, getting out, finding my university campus. So I was so exhausted. And to the point that I even got on one bus, on the wrong bus, I went somewhere else. And finally, I got my way to my university campus and I had to rest. The next day I came down, when I saw the kind of thing I saw in that place, Ben, everybody here. I literally walked down and dug my feet in the ground to see whether the same ground are in Liberia and the same ground in Europe, based on what I saw there. So why is it that all our leaders for Liberia over the last 50 years have lived, have been educated, they have experienced modern war, they have experienced the developed world? What is wrong with just organizing a plan to manage the let's say the 6 million Liberians to benefit from the national resources, the national cake? What is wrong? Look at the election in America now. We're all discussing how tight it is, Kamala may win, Trump may win. No matter in America, watch it. No matter who wins, America will not break down. America will still move ahead. They will still take care of national issues. They will still take care of citizens' welfare. Like what somebody was saying today, they're not going to stop Elon Musk from making business in America because of what Trump with millions of dollars. So we should learn the positive things from America. But what I also realize is Liberians always learn the negative things from outside to bring it to Liberia and say that my country, that my only people as well enjoy. Liberians living in America will follow all the rules. By the time they touch down at the airport, nobody will follow any rule at the airport. Liberians that live in the UN, the diaspora, and in fact, they plane will be quiet. I'll come another day. The plane was quiet from New Jersey to Togo. It was quiet. From Togo to Ghana. But when we begin all Liberians on our plane from Ghana to Monrovia, forget it, we're in West Point. We're in the market. The whole plane was noisy now. Everybody talking blah, 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 blah. And we touched down just to get in the queue, get on the bus, and go up. And even though our terminal was not doing well, but look, no order. We don't want to respect our own country. So we have to learn the good things from America to bring here. On the election side, like Ben was saying, Mr. Weir, I have a lot of people from Lofa that have hated me for Weir business because they assume that why I didn't support my own Kingsman from Lofa or Membaka in 2017. And I was calculating that, look, George Weir is a constant factor in this equation. If you don't get this man out of the equation, he will always be the second and first. Meaning, if we have good candidates in the election, they will not have that space. So in 2017, I said, look, gentlemen, get the man the team, let him get from our way. Let him take and get from our way. Otherwise, the man is a constant key. If it's available, it's a constant man in the equation that anyway you tell him he's available in the equation to cause stalemate for anybody. People hated me, and Mr. Weir won. We came back to 2017. I didn't support him for a round. 2023. I have my own candidate. Second round came, then my own analyst, I said, look, what kind of old man? He has done his part for Liberia 40 plus years. Then we are man, this is his last term ever in Liberian politics. I prefer giving the man his last term, let him leave. They say that coming will not die. Let him get all our way. Then 2029, we have a fresh new political dispensation. New leaders will be coming up. Then we'll have a real competition. Unfortunately for us, the majority took our uncle Oben Boakai. When I'm making that argument, for my brothers from Lofa, and all people hated me, up to now, so when I don't even want to speak to me still because I did not support Oben Boakai. Again, tribal issue, regional issue. And that's out of my mind. I'm looking at Liberia as a society that needs to make progress. So this coming election we have now, right? We have Mr. Weir, he lost the election.
That's
But Mr. Weir is still Mr. Weir.
That's a long closing, my brother.
Sorry,
let
man.
him land.
Man, you been off. You been off that one. So here, the coming election now we have 2029. As we go to 2029, like Ben was saying, we have Mr. Weir stay as a factor. Even if Mr. Weir doesn't contest and he raises anybody's hand, a person has a potential of becoming second round.
Thank you.
Let's take it. I mean, look, you may not like Weir for me. I don't like him as president, but he's an important man in the election. What we do? The man is here. You can't throw the man away. The man is part of the society, and the man is making headway. Now, depending on how the current regime will govern this country in the next 3 to 4 years, depending on how they will govern this country, it will help us to get Mr. Weir away from the show. But in the next 2-3 years, if Mr. Weir, if the current regime, President Barker and his team, do not do what is not going to make people mind to change, then I'm afraid we'll come back to having like Trump and Kamala Harris in the election. And if Weir doesn't even take part, we will say, look, Ben can contest as candidate, Ben will be our candidate that will be winning the election. So thank you, gentlemen. Let's hope that Liberians, please focus on the closing argument. The closing argument doesn't hate anyone. The closing argument is here to help you get informed. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Robert, let's get your closing argument.
Yeah, I'm going to be very short. Listen, I don't think that Liberians take back home the next this country. I think it's what the system allows. I think there's two different things because the same Liberians from here go to Ghana, right? And it's what the system allows. I think we have some serious systemic issues that needs to be fixed. It's almost like what my mom always say to my sister: if you allow a man to slap you back and forth the first time, he's gonna think it's okay to go the second time, and then you allow it again. it becomes an abuse situation that you feel like, well, I can't get out of right now, right? So what is it about our system, Johnny, that when Liberians who follow the laws and the rules everywhere else, when they land in Liberia, somehow they no longer follow that rule? In this country, the system does not allow disorderliness. In this country, the system does not allow folks littering. There are consequences for that. There are a lot of things that the system in this country does not allow, and Liberians know that, right? And if you violate those things, you will be held accountable for them. Like speeding, for instance, you will get a traffic citation if you were speeding 10, 5, 8, 15, 20 miles over the speeding limit. All right. Now, are we actually um are we are we actually doing those things that we are supposed to be doing with regards to our system? That's the question, right? And if we put in place the things that needs to be fixed with our system, and we're actually holding folks accountable, they will not take those negative habits back home. The system allows us to do that. Okay. And that's what I think. Now, with regards to the issue with the US and Liberia, it boils down to our election. We don't have true political institutions in Liberia. And even the George Weah, who has a huge follower, I think it's about time. I was telling a friend of mine, how can the party institutionalize? How can we motivate and give hope to those young people who admires George Weah? How do institutions? We were talking about the music, the Dirt Bucket, and I really like the lyrics in the music. Those people, it was able to come and really convince Liberians that George Weah was not the right person for our country. Within 6 years, he was a leader. That George Weah was corrupt. That George Weah did not understand governance. George Weah did not have the experience. He surrounded himself with inexperienced people. Right? We, Joseph Boakai, has been in public service for 40 years. We have the experience. We know how government works. But in less than a year, Joseph Boakai is struggling. He seems to be a loose chicken running around with no head. He's done works. So all of the things that Liberians were hopeful for that they did not see in George Weah in 6 years, that they were told that they will be done differently, it's the total opposite. And so what you see is going to happen in the next few years, 1 or 2 years, this will really motivate the George Weah base come 2029, right? I will close on this note. I personally would not vote for George Weah only because I want him out of our political. I think that's right. I will vote for George Weah because I feel like George Weah is a better candidate in this political season than Joseph Boakai. And I don't think there's anything wrong with voting for who you like. The question is, do they have a plan, the vision, and the technical know-how to address those things that are concerned to you? I think that's what a lot of Liberians must understand, because I can like Lofa, and I can still like Lofa whether I vote for him or not. But the question is does Lofa have a better plan to address my issue as opposed to Johnny, who I may not like as much, but he has the plan to address this issues that are concerning to me. But political institutions are very important. And I'll close on that.
Guys, great conversation tonight. Hopefully, Mr. Gilman, you can join us on election night, so we can sit out here and read out some of the results.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, we'll definitely try to bring it out here so we can share with the folks. They can be a part of it. But
No, we can do that, and I will simulcast it on my page and on the online radio as well.
Okay, yeah, that would be great.
So,
Definitely, yeah. We can come out here on Tuesday as the projections are coming out, the results we can share and then give our view on the different locations and stuff like that. So
And then we can hold one another to the numbers we projected here, right?
That was projected here today. That'll be
Johnny, you were buying me beer that night. You were Chairman Ben Sanvee.
Yeah.
You said my numbers were way too high.
But in its all, it was a great show. I mean, I think the projections and the views about Liberia. I personally think that I think we could do a lot of work and to experience the results. I'm much more of a, I think about it much more from an implementation standpoint. I think we have all of the theoretical understanding. The theories are there, they're available, but the implementation is where we fall short. Whether it is with the governing body, those who are supposed to implement the laws, they are just simply disregarding that aspect of it, or it's simply just with the people themselves who simply just disregard. Muted. I'm sorry. Were you guys hearing me? I was muted for a second.
Yeah.
Muted for a second, yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, and in short, I think what we really need to do as people is we simply just need to focus on just amending a thing or two about our constitution and making sure that we are respectful of the law. If we can respect the law somewhere else, we should do the same thing in our country, because that just exhibit that level of patriotism. We cannot be patriotic citizens in another country. When we go to our own country, we act as though it's not in existence and we just disregard. The who do you know who I am mentality is what is killing Liberia. And what I see happening today in the house, I totally disagree with the direction in which these guys are going. I don't like the way they're going about it. But the only thing that I continue to say is I want Fanatic Kofa to feel a pinch of his own, the idea. That's what I keep saying. I don't like what they're doing to him, because it takes away from the Constitution. Because I believe in the Constitution, I believe in the rules of law. But again, if you were to listen to what was stated today in the House, I think one of the guys, Colette said, Fanatic Kofa was part of the entire process to remove, I think it was Snow and another person, I think the associate justice. He was a part of the process. So until we can start to hold people accountable for their actions and contribution to society, I don't think we'll move forward, because we would think it's a joke. Now the guys think it's okay for them to come and remove Fanatic Kofa because it satisfies their desire. So sometimes even in the Bible, it is written, one must lay by the law. If you do what you're not supposed to do, if you sin, you will have to face it. You'll have to face the consequences in heaven or in hell. So it's the same thing. So
Lofa, quickly, one quick interjection for you. I think from an educational standpoint, you were talking about what Colette was saying.
Right.
I think Colette was being deceptive. And let me tell you why I say that. And you were close. Sorry, just
no. Go ahead.
I think he was being very deceptive. One, the process that led to Kabina Janen's impeachment and removal from the court was legal.
And he was given due process.
I disagree with it. I will stand on record. I don't think it was done. I disagree with opinions of the Supreme Court, but it doesn't mean that they're not legal, right? I disagree with opinions that the Supreme Court may come up with in this country. Like I disagree with the opinion to overturn Roe versus Wade. But guess what? There's the Supreme Court. The process of removing Kabina Janen was done as it was prescribed by law. An impeachment bill emanated from the House of Representatives. They went through the impeachment process. They went to the Senate after he was impeached by the House. They went to the Liberian Senate. And the Liberian Senate had his trial. You know who presided over that trial? It was the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia.
I know Shannon something.
Francis Kokor.
Okay.
Francis Kokor presided over that process that impeached is one of his own associate justice. So the process went through. You may disagree with how it came about, but nobody sat down in one room in the Capitol building and said, "Oh, we're removing Kabina Jani."
But Ben, I think what his point was is Fanatic Kofa, in his right mind, refused to submit to the Supreme Court's request. If you listen to the video, that's what he said. He said,
"What was the request?"
He said, "This is the same Fanatic Kofa who told us to disregard the Supreme Court." And I have to listen to it.
No, I know. I listened to the video, but let me say
it was very specific about the fact that Fanatic Kofa supported the idea of disregarding the Supreme Court. And he said, at the very end of it, he said, "This is the same Fanatic Kofa who now wants to run to the Supreme Court."
I know exactly what you're talking about. I listened to him. And again, it's apples and oranges. You know why it's apples and oranges, Lofa? Because there is a process to remove a speaker.
Okay.
There's a process.
Understood.
If you have 49 people want to remove the speaker, you have to go to a plenary, submit your case, and then the speaker process, the removal process can kick in place. I just thought that I highlight that. So all that thing you talking, dancing around, they will not be. The only way Fanatic Kofa move from that place as speaker, two ways. He resigns, right? Or they go to plenary and they give their 49 votes. But you know the reason why they haven't gone to plenary?
No.
Because they don't have 49. If they have 49, they will be in session tomorrow.
And they may not get 49.
They may not get 49.
There is a reason why Lofa, the framers, made this thing the way they made it. They knew to get 49 human beings to say I'm removing a speaker is not an easy feat.
It's like getting a 60 votes in Senate here.
Yes. So lastly, I will end on this note. According to what those guys are saying, Colette, and that's why I said President Booker needs to be very careful. He needs to be very careful. Because according to our constitution, there are two ways we can change president. We can get rid of president. One is by election. Two is by impeachment. Where does the impeachment of the president emanate from? The House of Representatives. So is Colette telling us that one day they will get this and say, do you want to see Boyka as president? Would they raise an impeachment bill? They will go in the joint chamber and say, you know what? We will shut the whole government down? No. Even our elections, Lofa, there's a reason why we have first and second round. Because you know why? There is something called the tyranny of the majority. The majority don't necessarily always can be right. Simple majority. So guess what? According to Colette logic, George Weah should still be president of Liberia. You know why? Because George Weah won the first round.
He won the first round.
5,000 votes. So what those of us who supported George Weah or in the election, we should have made an argument now, right? Or everybody who supported George Weah should just get in the street and say, you know what? George Weah not win the election by simple majority, no second round. But there's a reason why our framers said 2/3. And when you go to second round, it gives you a clear. I said on the first ballot, you have to get 50 plus 1.
Ben, I don't want to delay this conversation, right? But I think what we're missing here, though, their rules is not necessarily what is stated in the Constitution, though.
No, but
those are two different things.
Correction.
They are subject. Why
it is true that no rule supersedes the Constitution. Why it is true that no rule supersedes the Constitution, but they have their own rule that
they are guided by the Constitution.
But nobody violating the rules.
But thank you. Now you can make that point. But here's
my point.
The Supreme Court in itself cannot simply take over because they are serving as an independent body. Again, but
they are the arbiter, the final arbiter of the law.
The Supreme Court is the final arbiter of the law, and they can interpret the law.
Yeah,
they do the interpretation, okay, to a certain limit, and that's the end of it. But with the implementer, again, the executive.
But that's my point.
Yeah, somebody call it Imana Yake. Imana Yato want to charm you on the way. Let me call it, but let me take Imana Yato call so we get closer.
That's my point.
Yato, let's hear from you.
The point for me, Lofa, is let them follow their rules.
You're
That's
right.
all.
That's it.
Follow your rules.
Yato, go ahead. Oh, he hung up.
Follow your rule. You got 79 votes. I mean, you got 49 votes. Go to plenary.
Go to plenary.
The speaker will recuse himself from the chair. You will a constitutional process will kick in. Your rules will kick in. You can go ahead. The problem they are having is they don't have 49.
They don't have 49.
And so what they're doing is they're banking on the fact that they will stall the process, and Fonati will wake up tomorrow and say, you know what? In the interest of the country, I resign.
I resign.
And Fonati is very clear that he's not resigning because you know what?
He's not an only patriotic one.
At some point.
He said he's not an only patriotic citizen in the.
Exactly. What about them too? They're not patriotic citizens.
Right.
let them go submit themselves to the process. So that thing you were talking, Lofa, that hogwash he was talking.
That hogwash.
That was being deceptive. You can't use Kabina Jane. None of those things. Like Musa Belede said yesterday, you know Kabina Jane are the lawyer for the Fonati block.
Yeah.
Right. And
lawyer.
Right. And I understand.
My point here is when the folks under the CDC administration wanted to remove Kabina Jane, Joe just didn't get up one morning and give a speech and say Kabina Jane vacate the Supreme Court.
Right.
There was a process. There was an impeachment bill that was raised. A trial was held. The Chief Justice presided over that trial. When he was found guilty, he was convicted by the Senate, and he had to leave the Supreme Court bench. People may not have agreed with it. I didn't agree with it, but it don't mean that it didn't happen. It don't mean that it didn't happen. So let them go to the House. Let them carry their numbers to the House. Let them put it on the floor. I say Alex Tyler. Well, you know all of the other speakers that resigned. The people who objected to them submitted themselves to the process. They did. It's just that those speakers made a determination that we didn't want to continue and we resigned. The only difference between Tyler Snow and Kofa is that Kofa said, I'm not resigning. Plain and simple.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, guys.
No doubt. Tuesday, no other time. Tuesday we'll be here.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
No doubt.
All right, Lofa. Thank you.
All right.